Chapter 29:47. Li Jiao had escaped from the frozen earth in the past, so he naturally paid more attention to it. However, there was too little information about the frozen earth in this world. Even if he wanted to collect it, he couldn't find much useful information. He knew that there was a kind of heavenly might in the frozen earth called the cold wave, and that no one could survive it. However, he didn't know how the cold wave was formed, how to avoid it, or what it looked like. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately confirmed that it was the cold wave. The three of them weren't fast, so they couldn't escape the cold wave even if they tried their best. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai's expressions turned ugly. No one could remain calm in the face of a life and death crisis. Yang Kai tried to use space principles, but found it extremely difficult. The chill in the frozen earth seemed to be able to freeze space, so he had to give up on the idea of teleporting. The cold wave was getting closer and closer to the three of them. The bone-chilling cold was like a sledgehammer hitting their backs, making them shiver uncontrollably. Li Jiao's face suddenly turned ferocious. If this Li is killed by you this time, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The grievances and anger he had accumulated over the past few days finally exploded at this moment. He was about to die, so how could he have so many scruples? He opened his mouth and said, "Yang Kai, aren't you very powerful? Even the Monster King's divine spirit is under your control. Think of something now." Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything, he said angrily, "You can only rely on the tiger's might. Do you really think this Li is afraid of you? If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji Ying's face, this Li would have already brought people to flatten your High Heaven Palace. I would have wiped out your entire High Heaven Palace. I would have made you wish you were dead. A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master dares to be so arrogant in front of this Li. You don't know what you're talking about." He cursed angrily, but it seemed that he still hadn't had enough. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, "Dragon race? So what if the dragon race is so great? Can you look down on me because of the dragon race? This king's bloodline is impure. So what? This king was born from his mother and raised by his father. This king cultivated to the Third-Order Emperor realm with his own efforts. If you don't have the bloodline of the dragon race, I'm afraid you won't even be as good as me." Who knew who he was trying to impress by putting on an arrogant look all day long? If you have the ability, don't use your bloodline to suppress this seat. This Li will definitely let you know this seat's power. Fuck. Why did this Li get involved in this mess with you? You too, Jinx. I already knew that coming to the frozen earth with you wouldn't end well. You should have left earlier. It's all your fault. This Li has already brought you to this place. Why are you still holding on to this Li and not letting go? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Just you wait. If I can survive this ordeal, I'll definitely bring my men and kill my way to the High Heaven Palace. Kill my way to Dragon Island and kill all of you." He chattered incessantly, as if he had lost his mind and became a little hysterical. Unfortunately, no matter how he vented his anger, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai did not seem to care about him. The two of them exchanged glances. Zhu Lai said, "Hurry up and use whatever trump cards you have. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will really be too late." Yang Kai curled his lips. "You have many dragon race secret techniques, yet you're counting on me? I'm only in the First Order. What trump cards could I possibly have?" Zhu Lai took a deep look at him and sighed, "Fine. Since you want to hide your strength, I won't force you. Let me do it." Li Jiao's cursing came to an abrupt end, as if his mouth was pinched by an invisible hand. He looked at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Lai. With a smile on his face, he asked cautiously, "Master, do you have a way to get out of this crisis?" Zhu Lai said coldly, "You can try." Li Jiao immediately said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile as he ran. Li Jiao's snow-white face couldn't help but blush as he said awkwardly, "Master, you must take me with you. Just now. I don't know what happened, but I was blinded. That was definitely not my true thoughts. Master, please don't take it to heart." He couldn't wait to slap himself. He spoke too quickly and didn't expect to cause such a big trouble. He didn't know if this dragon race would be willing to take care of him. Fortunately, his worries were superfluous. When a dragon's roar sounded, giant red dragon figure appeared above Zhu Lai's head. The giant dragon circled and wrapped the three of them in an instant. The biting cold seemed to be isolated, giving people a sense of security for no reason. Zhu Lai let out a low shout, and some signs of dragon transformation appeared on the surface of his body. He then turned around and rushed in the direction of the cold wave. Li Jiao was scared out of his wits. He screamed, but he didn't dare to break away from the protection of the red dragon. He could only watch as he got closer and closer to the cold wave. Yang Kai was also slightly surprised, but he soon understood Zhu Lai's plan. With the current speed of the three of them, it was impossible to escape the cold wave's pursuit. Rather than being caught, it was better to do the opposite. Perhaps they could rely on the three of them to make a breakthrough. This wasn't a good idea, but it was worth a try. Perhaps it could really get them out of this crisis. In the whistling cold wind, the cold wave was getting closer and closer to them. Li Jiao was so shocked that his face was pale. Otherwise, with his powerful mental strength, he would have fainted already. After a dozen breaths, the three of them finally collided with the cold wave and were directly enveloped by the darkness. Zhu Lai's expression changed greatly as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This cold wave was a little different from what he had expected. It didn't seem to be a natural disaster formed by the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This cold wave felt more like an indescribable existence to him. All of his preparations were unable to be used and were directly swallowed up. Yang Kai even cried out involuntarily, "The law of space?" He never thought that the cold wave that existed in this frozen earth would contain extremely rich power of the law of space. The moment he was enveloped by the cold wave, the surrounding space became chaotic, giving him a feeling of being teleported. Furthermore, this feeling was even more intense than being teleported across territory. It was as if his entire body was being torn apart, turning into countless fine powder that surged into the passage in the void. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai also urged his law of space. The next moment, he felt dizzy and could no longer sense the existence of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. No one knew where the two of them had gone. Yang Kai only felt as if he was falling and could not see the bottom. The feeling of dizziness became more and more serious, and only when he urged his law of space did he feel better. After an unknown amount of time, the feeling of dizziness suddenly disappeared. He fell heavily on a piece of land, bounced up, and rolled a few times before finally stabilizing. All the bones in his body felt as if they had been shattered. An unprecedented nausea welled up in his heart, causing him to retch a few times. The surroundings were quiet. It was still covered in white snow, but there was no trace of Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn. Although the surrounding scenery didn't seem much different from before, it was no longer as cold as before. He keenly felt that this place was different, as if it was another world, a world that didn't belong to the same plane as the frozen earth. He tried to sense the law of heaven and earth in the surroundings, and a moment later, his guess was confirmed. This was indeed another world. Although the law of heaven and earth here was complete, it seemed to be very chaotic. It was very different from the law of the star boundary. In other words, he was not in the star boundary now. Recalling what he had encountered before, he gradually had a guess, but he was not too sure. The only thing he was certain of was that the reason he had come to this place was greatly related to the cold wave. Perhaps the cold wave was the entrance to this world, and its world-destroying power was just a disguise. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the corner of his eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the dragon blood coral in his hand blossoming with a light 100 times more intense than before. The dense light on the coral crown had condensed into a thick red ribbon at this moment, drifting in a certain direction, guiding Yang Kai. Zhu Qing. Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately understanding why the dragon blood coral had such a change. This was something that Zhu Lai had created using his own dragon blood and the dragon race's secret technique. Its main purpose was to find Zhu Qing's whereabouts. Previously, when he was searching in the frozen earth, it had indeed guided him. However, it was far less fierce and obvious than the guidance this time. Zhu Qing was nearby. She might not be far from him. When the cold wave arrived, it swept across a wide area. He was brought into this world by the cold wave, So if Zhu Qing was also swallowed by the cold wave, she should also appear in this world. That was why the dragon blood coral was acting so strangely. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly pulled himself together, picked up the dragon blood coral, and dashed in the direction it was guiding him. In the vast snowy mountains, Yang Kai walked alone. An hour later, Yang Kai indeed found a familiar figure less than 300 kilometers away from where he had just appeared. Blood-red hair like fire, a petite body lying on the snowy ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Yang Kai hurriedly ran over and helped the figure up, brushing away the hair that brushed against her face. As expected, he saw Zhu Qing's face. He sighed slightly. Although he did not know where he was now, he finally had some good news. He had found Zhu Qing. As for Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, Yang Kai estimated that they should not be in any danger. Although the cold wave looked terrifying, it did not seem to be harmful. The reason he had separated from them was because he had instinctively used his space principles when he was enveloped by the cold wave. Zhu Qing's situation seemed a little strange. She was still a member of the dragon race, and her cultivation was comparable to a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator. There was no reason for her to faint on the ground for no reason. Perhaps it was related to being swallowed by the cold wave. After all, after being swallowed, even Yang Kai, who was proficient in space principles, felt nauseous for a while. However, this was not the main reason. Yang Kai felt that her body was very cold, like a block of ice. Even her vitality was extremely weak. Chapter 29:48. Helping Zhu Qing up and letting her lean on him, Yang Kai stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on her wrist, pouring his emperor qi into her body to investigate her condition. After a while, Yang Kai frowned. The aura in Zhu Qing's body was extremely chaotic. This kind of chaos did not seem to be the result of serious injuries, but more like a misfire that had become the demon race. This puzzled Yang Kai. He did not know what happened to Zhu Qing in the frozen earth that caused her to be in danger of becoming the demon race. After all, she was a member of the dragon race. In addition, Zhu Qing's body was also in an extremely bad condition. She had probably stayed in the frozen earth for too long, so her vitality had been eroded by the cold. Most of her physique had lost its vitality, and if she was not treated soon, her body would likely be destroyed. Yang Kai did not dare to delay. Releasing his divine sense, he quickly found a cave nearby, picked up Zhu Qing, and quickly ran into it. This cave was probably left behind by some kind of wild beast as there was a pungent smell inside, but it had been abandoned for a long time. It seemed that no living creature had entered it for a long time. In order to avoid any unnecessary interference during the treatment process, Yang Kai directly summoned the sealed world bead and brought Zhu Qing into his sealed world bead. In an environment filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, Yang Kai placed Zhu Qing flat on the ground, took out a large number of pills from his space ring, opened her mouth, and stuffed them in without any explanation. Zhu Qing's current situation was a bit tricky. Affected by the cold of the frozen earth, her body was seriously damaged, and the dragon yuan in her body was in chaos for some reason. So if Yang Kai wanted to save her, he would have to force the cold invading her body from the outside. Only then would she be able to control the dragon yuan in her body. Most of the pills in Yang Kai's hands were high-quality spirit pills, so if he stuffed them into her mouth, at least 1,000,000 source crystals would be gone. However, the effect was also extremely significant. With the help of Yang Kai, the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills quickly spread through Zhu Qing's limbs and bones, gradually emitting bursts of bone-chilling cold. This cold was similar to the pervasive cold of the frozen earth, overflowing from her body. The surrounding flowers and plants quickly withered. Gradually, a trace of warmth returned to her cold body, and some vitality appeared on her snow-white face. Yang Kai kept calling her name, even breaking into her knowledge sea with his divine sense in an attempt to wake her up. But even so, Zhu Qing did not respond. She seemed to be unable to perceive any information from the outside world, her eyes tightly closed, as if she was already dead. Yang Kai could only continue to urge his Emperor Qi to alleviate her crisis. After an unknown amount of time, the situation did not improve much. After the Emperor pill's medicinal efficacies took effect, the cold in Zhu Qing's body became vigorous again. This cold seemed to have a life of its own, able to divide and multiply in her body, and as long as a trace of it remained, it could rise again. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and sighed, staring at her delicate face. After a long time, he seemed to have made up his mind and reached out his hand. A ball of dark green light suddenly appeared in his palm. Although it was just a ball of light, it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, the essence of the immortal tree. This time, Yang Kai did not pluck the leaves of the immortal tree because there were not many leaves left. If he plucked any more, the immortal tree would become bare. Extracting the essence of the immortal tree like this would inevitably cause some damage to the immortal tree, but with his life at stake, Yang Kai could not care less. You're on your own now. If this can't save you, then your life has indeed come to an end. Yang Kai muttered to himself, pinching open Zhu Qing's mouth with one hand and stuffing the green light into her mouth with the other. The green light turned into a drop of tree sap and rolled down Zhu Qing's throat into her stomach. A dazzling light burst out and Zhu Qing's body suddenly became green, as if moss had grown all over her body. At the same time, her weak vitality suddenly erupted, like a basin of oil being poured into a raging fire. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk traces of cold leaked out of Zhu Qing's pores like tiny insects, melting with the green light around her body, creating a series of crackling sounds. Yang Kai watched quietly, his divine sense constantly monitoring Zhu Qing's situation. With the passage of time, the cold leaking out of Zhu Qing's body became less and less, and the green light around her body became weaker and weaker, as if the cold and the essence of the immortal tree were about to run out of energy. Zhu Qing's body gradually regained its vitality, and her exposed skin slowly turned dark red. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. At a certain moment, when the last trace of cold in Zhu Qing's body was expelled, the green light that enveloped her body also slowly disappeared. The essence of the immortal tree was not exhausted, but it would become the capital for Zhu Qing to become stronger in the future, hiding in her flesh. She lay on the ground, as if she could sleep until the end of time. Yang Kai crossed his arms and stood beside her, looking down at her from above. His eyes swept over her from head to toe in an unscrupulous manner, and he could not help but feel a little excited when he held her in his arms. As expected of the dragon race, this chest, this ass, these thighs, Yang Kai commented, as if he was admiring a work of art. Suddenly, a trace of evil spread in his heart. After suffering such a big loss, shouldn't he collect some interest? In any case, it was not like he had never taken advantage of this girl before. The first time was strange, the second time was familiar, and the third time was a walk in the park. If it were not for her, he would not have taken the risk to come to the frozen earth, and he would not have been inexplicably swallowed by the cold, causing him to not even know where this place was. Perhaps he would not be able to leave this place for the rest of his life. He would have to live here with her and give birth to a bunch of little dragon people. An excited voice in his mind clamored, collect interest, I must collect some interest. As soon as he thought of this, Kai Yang was startled. He knew that it was his suppressed desire causing mischief. He hurriedly tried to suppress the impulse in his heart, but his hand suddenly felt a lingering softness that made him forget to return. Looking over, Yang Kai could not help but be stunned. His two hands had unknowingly covered Zhu Qing's perfectly round chest, and it was the towering fullness that transmitted amazing elasticity that made him involuntarily pinch twice. His breathing became heavy. Yang Kai felt the blood in his body boil, and the clamoring voice in his mind became even louder. His eyes were firmly locked below Zhu Qing's slender white neck, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, like a traveler who had been walking in the desert for several months who saw a basin of clear water and wanted nothing more than to plunge his head into it. The person in front of him suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai with an expressionless face. When their eyes met, Yang Kai felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, and his whole body instantly sobered up. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with an embarrassed smile, "If I told you, this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Zhu Qing did not respond in the slightest, and those clear eyes were still coldly staring at him. Yang Kai stood up, frowned and pondered for a moment, and then put on a troublemaker's posture. Well, I did touch. So what? I won't lose a piece of flesh from touching a few times, and speaking of which, I saved your life. If I didn't come to the frozen earth to find you and save you from the fire and water, I'm afraid you would have already died. So just treat what happened just now as a thank you gift from me, and we are even. I think this is very fair. What do you think? Zhu Qing still did not respond. Yang Kai said with an annoyed face, Can't you give me some reaction? As if in response to Yang Kai's endless chatter, Zhu Qing really did give a reaction, but it was a little different from what Yang Kai had expected. She opened her mouth, and a very painful groan came from her throat, as if she was about to die, and then her whole body suddenly curled up, and at the same time, her body was filled with an extremely cold aura. Yang Kai was shocked. It's still not enough? He thought that the essence of the immortal tree had not dispelled the cold that had invaded her body, but he soon realized that something was wrong. This kind of cold was not the cold of the frozen earth. Although it was cold enough, it was somewhat different from the cold of the frozen earth, and they did not come from the same source. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a high-pitched dragon's roar sounded, and then a giant dragon phantom rushed out from Zhu Qing's body. Huh. Yang Kai looked at the giant dragon phantom in a daze and wondered if he had seen wrongly. Zhu Qing was the red dragon of the dragon race, so her dragon race origin was the same as Zhu Lai's. If she revealed her true form, it would definitely be a red dragon. But at this moment, what appeared in front of Yang Kai was actually a snow-white crystal dragon phantom. At first glance, the giant dragon looked like a lifelike ice sculpture, and there was not the slightest flaw, but it was completely different from the red dragon. This was an ice dragon, and the cold aura that was emitted from Zhu Qing's body was exactly that of this ice dragon. Yang Kai wondered if he had recognized the wrong person. Did Zhu Qing have a twin sister, or something like that? There were many people in the world who looked alike, but as a member of the dragon race, it was impossible to make a mistake. At this moment, another high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw a red dragon phantom appear. The second dragon that appeared actually came from Zhu Qing's body. Yang Kai's expression changed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He instantly understood a lot of things. Two origins? There were actually two origins in Zhu Qing's body, and the two origins were of opposite attributes. The red dragon that appeared later was clearly Zhu Qing's origin power, and the ice dragon that appeared first was just an invader. The two origins clashed in Zhu Qing's body, causing her dragon yuan to become chaotic and showing signs of becoming the demon race. Although Yang Kai had checked her situation before, he didn't notice this. It wasn't that he didn't check carefully enough, it was just that Zhu Qing's source was hidden too deep. Coupled with the fact that Zhu Qing's body was seriously injured, he had overlooked it. No wonder Zhu Qing did not wake up even though her body was fine. It turned out that the real problem was not her body, but the conflict between the two origins. Then the question was, where did this ice dragon's origin come from? Chapter 29:49. It was impossible for a normal dragon race to have two sources of power, especially two diametrically opposed sources of power. Ice and fire could not coexist at all. If Zhu Qing had two sources of power in her body, she would not have lived to this day. In a flash, a bold guess appeared in Yang Kai's mind. That ice dragon source was most likely the power left behind by the giant dragon that died in the frozen earth. The reason why Zhu Qing came to the frozen earth was not to find the bones of her clansmen, because Li Jiao had said very clearly that the giant dragon's bones had long been reduced to dust, and there was not the slightest bit of it left behind. Zhu Qing insisted on coming here only to bring back the source of power left behind by her clansmen. Now it seemed that she had found it, but was harmed by this ice dragon source. The source of power had no thoughts or reason, it was just a kind of power. The two kinds of power coexisted in Zhu Qing's body, and there was an instinctive rejection and struggle. With Zhu Qing's body as the battlefield, they fought endlessly. Yang Kai could not see this kind of internal struggle, unless these two kinds of power were directly exposed like this. And just as he was shocked, the two giant dragon figures roared in unison, and then plunged into Zhu Qing's body and disappeared. Zhu Qing wailed in pain. At this moment, she was completely unconscious. Opening her eyes just now was not consciously controlled, but an instinctive reaction of her body. A thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of Zhu Qing's body, and traces of coldness overflowed from her flesh, as if to completely freeze her. But very soon, a scorching hot energy spread out, shattering the chill in the air. Zhu Qing felt as if her entire body was on fire. Her skin was red, and her whole body was boiling hot. Even the ground she was lying on was scorched. The two kinds of power appeared alternately in Zhu Qing's body, and it went round and round, as if it would never stop. Zhu Qing's groans became more and more painful. Yang Kai was a little confused, and he did not know what to do. If it was just an injury, no matter how serious her injuries were, he could always think of a way to deal with them. In fact, Zhu Qing had been healed by the essence of the immortal tree, so her injuries weren't too serious. It was just that the two essences were fighting uncontrollably. As the battlefield's physical body, it was bound to be severely damaged. Source essence. Source essence. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he rushed forward and pulled Zhu Qing into his arms again, letting her lean against him. Then, he silently activated his own golden holy dragon origin power. A dazzling golden dragon shadow appeared behind him and disappeared into his body in a flash. The temperature of Zhu Qing's body changed very quickly. A moment ago, it was as hot as fire, but the next moment, it was as if she had just been picked up from a world of ice and snow. It was bone-chilling cold. When the aura of the golden holy dragon's origin was revealed, the speed at which the hot and cold alternated suddenly slowed down. There's hope. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was just trying to see if his golden holy dragon's origin could have some suppressive effect. Now it seemed that it was indeed effective. The most important thing now was to wake up Zhu Qing. Only when she was awake could she fully activate her own origin power and suppress the ice dragon's origin and expel or kill it. So, Yang Kai pressed the tip of his tongue and activated his divine sense. Just as he was about to cast a spell, Zhu Qing suddenly hugged him tightly. As if she had tasted something sweet, the aura on Yang Kai's body made Zhu Qing subconsciously react correctly. Although Zhu Qing's figure was petite and exquisite, she was still a member of the dragon race. Her strength was not inferior to Yang Kai's. When they first met, Yang Kai had experienced her violent strength. With this tightening, Yang Kai only felt that his body was about to be broken. He couldn't help but turn a little pale. However, the soft sensation that came from his chest made his mind ripple. This was not the end. Zhu Qing was like a puppy, snuggling in his arms and sniffing, making strange sounds in her throat, as if she had found some delicious food and wanted to eat it. Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning and suddenly became extremely stiff. It was not until a burst of pain came from his chest that he suddenly woke up as if from a dream. He angrily pushed away Zhu Qing's head and pressed his palm against her face, hissing, "Are you a dog? Why are you biting people?" Zhu Qing's eyes were blurred and filled with a strange light. Her breathing inexplicably became rapid. Yang Kai could clearly feel the hot breath from her nostrils burning his hand. Her delicate face was tender and beautiful, exuding a kind of charm that made people want to fly into a flame. Yang Kai felt as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling in his heart. It was difficult to suppress the itch. Zhu Qing opened her mouth again and bit Yang Kai's hand with her white teeth. This bite was so heavy that it really left a mark, and golden blood came out from the wound. The blood was like the most delicious food. Zhu Qing swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Her small and warm tongue kept licking Yang Kai's palm, giving him a tingling feeling. Yang Kai wanted to withdraw his hand, but after being licked by her, he was a little reluctant to do so. But soon Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. After swallowing his blood, Zhu Qing's condition seemed to have improved a lot. The frequency of the alternating cold and heat became slower and slower, and the duration of the cold breath became faster. It was only a flash in the pan before it was suppressed by the heat. His blood seemed to be of great help to her current state. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai vaguely understood. Although he was born a human, after cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he began to truly integrate with the golden divine dragon source. In other words, the blood in his body was no longer pure human blood. There was also some blood of the dragon race, and it was an extremely high-level dragon race bloodline. In the dragon race bloodline, the strong had a strong suppressive power over the weak. The golden divine dragon source could help Zhu Qing alleviate the crisis, so his own half-dragon blood would naturally be even more effective. No wonder Zhu Qing bit him. She must have noticed it herself, so she did this. Yang Kai could of course get rid of her, but he just stood there and let Zhu Qing drink his blood. Zhu Qing was still in a daze and had not regained her consciousness. Her hazy eyes were full of charm. She swallowed Yang Kai's blood in big mouthfuls, and her nimble tongue kept circling Yang Kai's palm. The evil thoughts in Yang Kai's body were about to explode, and he needed to desperately suppress them to stabilize his mind. He turned his eyes away, not looking at Zhu Qing's eyes, and not feeling the numbness in his palm, for fear of another accident. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly felt Zhu Qing let go of his hand. He opened his eyes and immediately saw Zhu Qing looking at him with a red face. She said in surprise, "You're okay?" He could see that Zhu Qing should be awake and should have regained her consciousness, because the information revealed in her eyes was a little different from before. The answer to his question was a dragon race secret technique. Zhu Qing opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. This blood was Zhu Qing's own blood. It was dark red, like a burning flame. The dragon blood dissolved in mid-air, turning into a strangely shaped seal, and suddenly hit Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's face was blank, and he fell straight to the ground. This dragon race secret technique seemed to have a very strong binding power, making Yang Kai unable to even move his fingers. He was shocked and instinctively wanted to urge the power of the golden divine dragon source. Although the dragon race secret technique Zhu Qing used was powerful, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to break it by relying on the suppression of the golden divine dragon source. Just now, Yang Kai was caught off guard. He did not expect that she would attack him, so he fell for it. However, he did not act immediately because a delicate fragrance suddenly hit him in the face. Zhu Qing was kneeling between his legs, her hands on his chest, looking down at him condescendingly. Her fiery red hair spread like the most exquisite silk on her smooth back, covering her slender buttocks, but it also added to her seductive charm. Her breathing was extremely rapid, as if she was about to die, unable to breathe, and her towering and plump chest was constantly rising and falling, creating a breathtaking arc. The delicate fragrance that made one's heart flutter became stronger and stronger, as if every pore on her body was emitting this fragrance, filling the entire world. Her long eyelashes were trembling, and she was obviously very nervous, but her eyes were like a stirred pool of water, showing her extreme restlessness and struggle. "You, what are you doing?" As soon as Yang Kai spoke, he felt that he had asked a stupid question. He recognized this look. It was a look of extreme hunger. In the past, Shanqing Luo would often reveal such a look. His blood seemed to have been ignited, beginning to boil in his meridians, flesh, and blood, making him feel as if his body was on fire. The evil thoughts that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly found an outlet, drowning his reason. The two small hands on his chest suddenly exerted force, directly tearing his clothes apart. Yang Kai took a deep breath and opened his mouth, but no words came out. His clothes quickly became messy, and the clothes wrapped around the two of them quickly turned into pieces, fluttering in the air. Zhu Qing's throat constantly made strange sounds, and her hot and tender body rode on Yang Kai's body, twisting restlessly. She knew what she wanted, but she had never had such an experience, so it took her a long time to gradually master the method. Her white body sank slightly, her teeth biting her red lips as her brow furrowed. Yang Kai closed his eyes, spread his hands, and grasped the grass around him, whispering, "It's my first time. Be gentle." Zhu Qing's body suddenly sank, and an abnormal blush appeared on her snow-white skin. She raised her head as if she was suffocating, her beautiful hair falling like a waterfall. She did not respond for a long time, and only after a long time did she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yang Kai also roared, feeling as if he had fallen into magma, an unimaginable heat enveloping him from all directions, as if it was trying to melt him. He had never experienced such a feeling before, giving him an indescribable sense of excitement. In the mysterious small world, The sky was the quilt, the earth was the bed, the hair was disheveled, and their 10 fingers were intertwined. They were not allowed to live a life of luxury, nor were they allowed to accompany each other in the afterlife. Chapter 29:50. The wind and rain lingered in the air, charming and alluring. Everything that happened yesterday seemed like a dream. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before Zhu Qing slowly opened her eyes, just in time to see a pair of smiling eyes. The man in her dream was lying on the grass, his head resting on his arms, looking at her with a smile. His eyes were overflowing with an indescribable feeling, and she was actually lying on top of him. She didn't know how long she had slept. She was completely naked. Feeling the warmth of the other person's skin, Zhu Qing couldn't help but scream and try to get up. But just as her body moved, she fell back down. She couldn't help but cover her lower abdomen, her forehead sweating from the pain. "Don't move." Kai Yang reached out and grabbed her waist, his big hands unscrupulously moving up and down her smooth back and waist. Zhu Qing let out a muffled groan. The fiery red color climbed up her cheeks like 2 clouds. The intimate touch and caress of the opposite sex made her lose her balance. She only felt that her whole body was soft and she couldn't exert any strength. "What did you do to me?" She gritted her teeth and asked, tears welling up in her eyes. "Hey!" Yang Kai's hand stopped. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but it just so happened to be placed on her delicate round buttocks. With an unhappy expression, he said, "You're asking the wrong question. Don't you remember what you did?" Zhu Qing opened her mouth, her expression changing. The scene in her dream gradually became clear. The blood slowly faded from her face, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. He remembered. Slowly, he remembered everything. She came to the frozen earth and found the lost giant dragon origin. But when she was trying to collect it, there was an accident. She didn't know why the ice dragon origin didn't cooperate, but instead escaped into the depths of the frozen earth. She chased it all the way, going through many hardships, and finally caught up. Just as she was about to subdue it, the ice dragon origin rushed into her body and clashed with her own origin. She had no choice but to find a quiet place to resolve the crisis. If there was no interference, she should be fine. However, a sudden disaster disrupted her plans. She felt a force approaching her, and before she could escape, she fell into darkness. After that, it was what happened in the dream. "It's your blood." Zhu Qing understood everything. "What?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing grits her teeth, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Why are there so many evil thoughts in your blood? What do you think about every day?" If she hadn't drunk his blood and been influenced by his evil thoughts, how could she have done such a shameless thing in her dream? "So it's my fault?" Yang Kai was speechless. "I didn't ask you to drink it. You were the one who refused to let go. At that time, I'll kill you." As Zhu Qing spoke, she was about to make a move. However, when she moved slightly, she felt a pain coming from her lower abdomen. She couldn't mobilize any strength at all. Yesterday seemed to be a little too crazy. Yang Kai sneered, "You want to go back on your word after eating? And you want to kill me? This is the first time I've seen a woman like you." As he spoke, he used a little force and flipped Zhu Qing over. Then, he supported himself with his arms and leaned against her. Zhu Qing looked at him nervously and said in a trembling voice, What are you doing?" This aggressive posture made her uncomfortable. She couldn't show the pride of the dragon race. Yang Kai put his hand on her lower abdomen and gently rubbed it. He poured his emperor's qi into her body through his palm to relieve her discomfort. It's everyone's first time, so it's inevitable that we don't know how to control ourselves. We'll get used to it slowly in the future. I don't know what you're thinking, but I feel that since things have already come to this, there's no point in blaming others. Look at me. Although I'm a human, I'm not bad, right? I've been looking at myself for decades, and the more I look, the more handsome I become. As for you, although your temper isn't very good, it's not bad. Can we make do with each other? Everything has a beginning and an end. His serious expression made Zhu Qing a little absent-minded. Ever since she met Yang Kai, this was the first time Zhu Qing had seen such an expression on his face. The big hand rubbing her lower abdomen seemed to have some kind of magical power that could destroy all solid defenses. Endless ripples appeared in her heart, making it impossible for her to calm down and think. You want to take responsibility? Zhu Qing didn't know why she couldn't get angry anymore. She asked softly, No, no, no. You have to take responsibility for me. Yang Kai said seriously. Zhu Qing felt that this was both annoying and funny. She pretended to be cold and said, Why should I take responsibility for you? Who do you think you are? Yang Kai didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, Do you feel better? Much better. Zhu Qing nodded. Suddenly, she realized that the topic had been changed. She couldn't help but glare at him. Yang Kai said again, Do you want to do it again? The topic changed a little too quickly. Zhu Qing's momentum that she had just gathered suddenly dissipated. The warmth in her lower abdomen was like a prairie fire that quickly spread, making her whole body hot. Zhu Qing's long eyelashes trembled, but before she could say anything, Yang Kai had already let out a low roar, mounted his horse, and charged into battle with his spear. Along the way, he slaughtered his enemies, causing them to throw away their armor and beg for mercy. Half a day later, Zhu Qing looked like she had lost her soul. She lay on the ground like a walking corpse. Her hair was messy and she said weakly, Please, let me put on my clothes. I'll help you. Yang Kai grinned like a ladle. No, you said so just now. I won't believe you anymore. I promise it's true this time. Don't lie to me again. I won't lie to you. One day later, Zhu Qing curled up in Yang Kai's arms. She was quiet like a sleeping cat. Her breathing was light and slow. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, There's still a long way to go. Let's stop here this time. Okay, Yang Kai replied. Let go of me. I want to put on my clothes. Okay. What do you want to let me go? One more time. One last time? One last time. One day later, they didn't know how many one last times. Finally, the two of them were clean and dressed neatly. Zhu Qing was a little uncomfortable. She sat on the ground quietly. Facing the clear pool in front of her, she combed her long hair. Facing the shadow in the pool, the shadow seemed a little melancholy, but the corners of her eyes couldn't help but slightly raise. Stretching his body, Kai Yang's bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. He felt an indescribable comfort flowing through his body. Lowering his head to look at the person in front of him, he then reached out and gently embraced her from behind. Zhu Qing's body trembled slightly. When she realized that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of touching her and only buried his head in her hair and took deep breaths, she relaxed. How many? Zhu Qing suddenly asked. Yang Kai raised his head and rested his chin on her shoulder. He stared at the shadow in the pool and said blankly, How many? Zhu Qing sighed and said, What number am I? The first one. Didn't I tell you before? Yang Kai replied seriously. Zhu Qing snorted and said, So many tricks. Did you play with yourself before? And, after these few days, do you think I will trust you so easily? Yang Kai looked worried. We're already like this. Why don't you trust me? I'm very hurt. Zhu Qing grabbed his hand that was slowly moving towards her chest. She turned her head and sneered. This is your only chance to be honest. Think carefully before you answer. Yang Kai blinked and looked at the charming face that was so close to him. Then, he kissed her. Oh, you bastard. Zhu Qing struggled with all her might, but the strength in her hand was getting weaker and weaker. The clothes that she had just put on were messy again. I've had enough of you. Zhu Qing, who had put on her clothes again, said angrily. When she saw that Yang Kai still had the intention to come over, she quickly pointed at him and said, Don't come near me for 10 days. Otherwise, I'll cut all ties with you and never talk to you again. Okay. Yang Kai raised his hands in surrender. Don't be nervous. I won't come near you. Zhu Qing's eyebrows furrowed. She was secretly sulking for a while. Only then did her expression soften. In fact, she was even more angry at herself. Facing this man who had touched her skin for the first time, she didn't have any thoughts of resistance. Taking what he wanted was not something a dragon race person should do. I won't ask about the past. As for the future, no one can say for sure. You can do whatever you want. I only have one request. If I don't agree, don't force me. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, okay. I'll do as you say. The last bit of complaint in Zhu Qing's heart disappeared instantly. How are you now? The ice dragon's origin won't be harmful anymore, right? Yang Kai asked with concern. Although Zhu Qing's condition was very stable these past few days, the ice dragon's origin was still in her body. She had to be careful. I'm fine now. The ice dragon's origin has been suppressed by me. I'll put it in the dragon tomb when I return to the dragon island. Zhu Qing's face suddenly blushed. Yang Kai was baffled by her reaction. After pausing for a moment, she asked, Did you come here specifically to find me? Yang Kai said, Why would I come to the frozen earth if I didn't come to find you? This damn place really is a forbidden area. If it weren't for my good luck, I don't know when I would have found you. He said it casually, but Zhu Qing suddenly felt a sweet feeling. Her chest was full of warmth. All right, your little brother is also here. Zhu Qing frowned and said, My little brother? Zhu Lai? Yes, that's the guy. If it wasn't for him using the dragon race secret technique, I wouldn't have been able to find you. He actually didn't want you to go back to the dragon island with him? Yang Kai sneered and said, He wanted to, but after I taught him a lesson, he became a lot more obedient. Although that guy is crazy, he doesn't have much ability. Your husband, I, beat him up 2 to 3 times. What husband? Zhu Qing's face was a little red. She couldn't help but glare at him flirtatiously. Yang Kai's eyes widened again. Chapter 29:51. Zhu Qing sensed that something was wrong and quickly changed the topic. Where is he? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know where he went. When the cold wave hit, we were all caught up in it and brought into a small world. He and I were separated, but he shouldn't be in any danger, so you don't have to worry. A small world. Zhu Qing was shocked. Recalling the hazy feeling she had before, she suddenly realized that the irresistible crisis had actually been brought into this small world. She turned her head and looked around, asking, Is this that small world? It looks pretty good. Inside the sealed world bead, there was an abundant world energy aura, and the environment was quite good. Especially after the 5-colored treasure pagoda appeared, the sealed world bead had undergone a fundamental change. It was now a self-contained world with complete world principles, a true paradise. Haha. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. This is not that small world. This is another one that belongs to me. HM? Halfway through his words, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something unusual. Zhu Qing asked, What's wrong? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, Let me show you something interesting. While speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed in a certain direction. Zhu Qing stared curiously, then saw a black, puppy-like thing appear out of thin air in front of her. As soon as the black puppy appeared, it barked a few times, as if it had been greatly frightened. But looking at it shaking its head and wagging its tail, its previous weakness had disappeared. Where did this little monster come from? It's so ugly. Zhu Qing stared at the black puppy and glanced at Yang Kai. She teased, It looks like you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. It's not an ordinary little monster. What's so special about it? Zhu Qing frowned. You're from the dragon race. Observe carefully, Yang Kai said as he brought the black puppy in front of him. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the black puppy seemed to have calmed down. It stared at him with a pair of black eyes, panting and showing a fawning expression. Saliva flowed down its big tongue, looking extremely disgusting. Zhu Qing finally noticed something unusual. She hesitated and said, It seems to have a very powerful bloodline. It's just not very pure. The dragon race was bound by bloodlines, so they were very knowledgeable about bloodlines. After Gong Yu activated the Return to Ruins bloodline, there were traces left behind. Zhu Qing saw through this. Magical beasts return to ruins. Have you heard of it? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing shook her head blankly. Yang Kai said, This is the first time I've heard of it, but I've seen how powerful it is. As he spoke, he shook the black puppy and said, Boy, show me what you've got. Woof woof. Don't play dumb. It's the move you used before. If you dare to refuse, I'll stew you and eat you. Woof woof. Zhu Qing put her hand on her forehead and said, "It's not sentient. It only has some human nature. It won't understand what you're saying." Yang Kai sneered, "It knows whether it understands or not. But forget it. If you say it doesn't understand, then so be it. You're lucky. You actually came back to life." As he spoke, he let go of his hand. The black puppy fell to the ground. It turned its head to look at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Qing. It slowly walked to Yang Kai and climbed down. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and laughed. "It seems to like you a lot. Stop pretending to be cute." Yang Kai stretched out his foot and kicked the black puppy, but it still looked indifferent. Yang Kai ignored it and looked up at Zhu Qing. "Let's go out first. We have to figure out where we are first. I don't know if we can return to the star boundary." "It's not that serious. Aren't you proficient in space principles?" Zhu Qing felt that Yang Kai was being a bit alarmist, but she didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. She felt that no matter where she was, as long as she could be with this man, it would be fine. Yang Kai smiled, and with a thought, he left the small sealed world with Zhu Qing. Back in the cave, Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and said, "Do you want me to carry you? We don't know where we are, so we have to see if anyone is here first and ask for some information." Zhu Qing blushed and said, "I'm not that weak yet." Saying so, she took the lead and walked out of the cave. Although her steps were light, she seemed to frown with every step. Yang Kai snickered, but suddenly his face sank and he said, "You're so annoying." Zhu Qing's tender body trembled, and her beautiful face turned pale in an instant. She said in a trembling voice, "You think I'm annoying already?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about this guy." As soon as he said so, a dog barked and the black puppy was thrown out of the small sealed world. After landing on the ground, it angrily barked at Yang Kai, as if saying, "Why didn't you take me with you?" Okay, stop barking. If you bark again, I'll throw you back," Yang Kai said impatiently. The black puppy's barking stopped abruptly, and it quickly ran out of the cave, passing by Zhu Qing. From now on, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and it was free to run as it pleased. Zhu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai came forward and hugged her. She struggled a little, but she didn't insist. After leaving the cave, a white world appeared in front of them. At first glance, this place didn't look much different from the frozen earth, but both Yang Kai and Zhu Qing knew that this wasn't the frozen earth, because this place didn't have the kind of cold that even they couldn't resist. Woof woof. The black puppy's barking came from afar, and it seemed to be very panicked, as if it had encountered something terrible. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense, and soon his face showed joy. Zhu Qing also noticed this, and she wasn't used to being so intimate with Yang Kai in front of others, so she subtly distanced herself. A black shadow flashed, and the black puppy returned. Following closely behind it were two vigorous figures, a man and a woman, both of them exuding strong energy fluctuations. When they met Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, the man and woman were obviously taken aback, because they had carefully investigated this area before and hadn't noticed the aura of any living people. They hadn't expected that there would be two more people here. If they were enemies, the two secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The little black dog quickly circled behind Kai Yang and hid behind him, hiding very well. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, two friends." Although the cultivation of this man and woman wasn't bad, they were only around the Tao source realm, so Yang Kai didn't care too much about them. It was just that it was rare to meet living people here, so naturally, he wanted to quickly inquire about them. The man and woman looked at each other, and the man cupped his fists in return, frowning as he asked, "Does that little beast belong to you too?" He was a Tao source realm cultivator, but facing Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he even questioned him, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. This kind of thing was rare in the star boundary, unless the other party's identity had a great origin. It could be seen that this man and woman didn't seem to have a great origin, just an ordinary cultivator. As a newcomer, Yang Kai could only do as the Romans do. So he smiled and nodded, "Yes, A Wang's intelligence hasn't been fully developed yet, so he is naughty and mischievous by nature. If he has offended you, please forgive him." The man shook his head, and his divine sense went past Yang Kai to carefully examine the black puppy. After a while, he said, "Maybe I was wrong. He didn't offend us, just a misunderstanding. What's your name?" "Yang Kai." In this foreign land, there was no need to hide his name. At this moment, the woman who had been standing beside the man suddenly whispered a few words to her husband. The man was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "You two came from the outside?" If it weren't for his wife's reminder, he might not have noticed it, because the two in front of him were dressed slightly differently from him. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "We did come from the outside." The man nodded. "We haven't had an outsider come to our place for a long time. It seems that your luck isn't very good." "I was just about to ask, what is this place?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. The man said, "This place is called the reincarnation world." "The reincarnation world?" Yang Kai frowned, and when he was about to ask more, the man said, "If you want to live, come with me quickly. We don't have enough time." "What time?" Yang Kai was stunned. The man didn't intend to answer him. After saying that, he turned around and flew in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really in a hurry. It was the first time Yang Kai had met a Tao Source Realm cultivator with such a temper. Not only did he speak with such assurance in front of the Emperor Realm, but he also acted like he was superior. However, this was still a clue, so he couldn't just give it up like this. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Qing, he immediately followed. The two of them were strong, so they naturally weren't afraid of a little Tao Source Realm cultivator. His figure flickered as he chased after Kai Yang. The little black dog nimbly bit onto Kai Yang's clothes and stubbornly stuck to him, not wanting to be shaken off. Even when the wind blew into its mouth, it still refused to let go. In the end, Zhu Qing pitied it and reached out to scoop it up. The group of four quickly arrived in front of a mountain wall. At first glance, this mountain wall looked inconspicuous, but if one looked carefully, they would see traces left behind by a secret technique. The leader of the group took out a mirror and projected a beam of mystic light onto the mountain wall. Immediately, a cave large enough for two people to pass through appeared. The four of them entered one by one and entered a dry passage. Only then did the man and woman let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Why are we in such a hurry?" The man led the way in front and explained, "Because in a while, the world principles will change. At that time, all the demons will come out, and the outside will become very dangerous. No one will be able to survive in such an environment." "The world principles will change?" Yang Kai was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Chapter 29:52. The laws of heaven and earth were the supreme power, the foundation that maintained everything in the world. It was impossible for this kind of fundamental law to change in a short period of time, unless doomsday arrived. However, the other party seemed to be speaking with certainty, and he didn't look like he was lying, so he simply couldn't accept it. "Hurry up, what are you still dawdling over there for?" A low shout suddenly came from inside the cave. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There was actually someone else in this cave. After hearing this person's urging, the man and woman hurriedly walked into the depths of the cave. Yang Kai signaled Zhu Qing with his eyes and hurriedly followed. A dim light bloomed, and in a stone room that wasn't very spacious, a middle-aged man stood there with a gloomy expression, as if he was waiting for something. Steward Liao, the man who led Yang Kai here, stepped forward and saluted the man with a respectful attitude. However, Steward Liao didn't even look at him. He just curiously stared at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, who followed over, and said in surprise, "Why are there two more people? Where did they come from? They look a little unfamiliar." The man replied, "They seem to have wandered in from the outside and just happened to meet us, so we brought them along." "From the outside?" Steward Liao clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but look at the two unfamiliar faces. When he saw Yang Kai, he didn't have any special reaction, but when he saw Zhu Qing, his eyes couldn't help but light up, revealing an interested expression. Zhu Qing was originally a heavenly beauty, and after being nourished by the rain for a few days, she was at her most tender and beautiful at this moment, so she naturally looked particularly attractive. Zhu Qing's expression was cold. Although she didn't like being stared at like this, she didn't get angry. Yang Kai's figure flashed and stood in front of her, blocking the man's gaze. Steward Liao coldly snorted. His expression was somewhat unhappy. Outsiders really don't know the rules. He looked up at the man and said, "Don't tell me you also don't know the rules?" The man hurriedly said, "Thank you, Steward Liao." Steward Liao's expression became slightly better, and he beckoned to the couple. The two of them immediately took a step forward. All of a sudden, Steward Liao muttered something under his breath and activated his own strength. Using his fingers as a sword, he pointed here and there in the air in front of the man. Yang Kai was stunned because he could see some traces of wizard magic in it. This made him a little curious, and he paid more attention to it. Not long after, a complicated mark suddenly appeared in the void. Steward Liao reached out and patted it, and the mark directly entered the man's body. The mark seemed to have other uses, and it did not attack. The man's body only shook slightly, and he was fine. When it was the woman's turn, a rare smile appeared on Manager Liao's cold face. On the contrary, the woman had a nervous expression and looked at her husband for help. The man slowly shook his head and lowered his gaze. Manager Liao followed the same pattern, but this time, his hands and feet weren't very obedient. As his fingers and swords poked here and there, they actually touched the woman's body from time to time. Occasionally, they would sweep past her full breasts, causing the woman's delicate body to tremble slightly. The man turned a deaf ear to it and stood at the side with his head lowered. On the other hand, Manager Liao was in a good mood, and his actions became more and more unbridled. This caused the woman's expression to become more and more unsightly, but she could only force herself to endure it. Not long after, the mark was formed again. Steward Liao patted the mark into the woman's body reluctantly and leisurely stopped. Only then did the woman's stiff body relax, and she looked at her husband with grievance. Turning his head, Steward Liao's face immediately turned cold. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Since you're from the outside, I'll explain the rules here to you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, "Please enlighten me." Steward Liao said, "After a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. In the entire reincarnation world, there's no safe place other than the human sovereign city. Therefore, if you want to live, you must go to the human sovereign city. Do you understand?" "Understood. Let's go to the human sovereign city." Yang Kai looked as if he had learned a lesson. Steward Liao continued, "And if you want to go to the human sovereign city, you must use the seal of human sovereign on you. Only those who have the seal of human sovereign can teleport to the human sovereign city through the array. Therefore, there's only one rule here. In this vast world, I'm the most powerful." Yang Kai replied with an "oh" and cupped his fists. "I've learned a lot." Steward Liao waved his sleeves and said in a low voice with his hands behind his back, "Let me ask you, do you want to live or die?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If we can live, of course we want to live." Steward Liao nodded and said, "You're promising. Come over. Let me cast the seal of human sovereign on you." Yang Kai stepped forward, but Steward Liao waved his hand with a look of disdain and said, "The woman will go first. Stand aside." Yang Kai frowned and didn't insist. He stepped aside and said, "Steward Liao, please be careful. My wife has a bad temper." Steward Liao snorted coldly and said, "If you want to live, then be sensible." As he spoke, he started chanting again. His fingers were like swords, pointing in the air in front of Zhu Qing. It looked like he was drawing something in the air. At the beginning, he was quite obedient, but after a while, the range of his hand movements increased. When his fingers swept across, they directly swept toward Zhu Qing's chest. At this moment, his expression became extremely excited, obviously anticipating something. Zhu Qing suddenly looked up and stared at him coldly. Steward Liao was shocked, but his hand movements didn't stop at all. He looked like he wanted to take advantage of her. Woof! Ah! A dog's bark and a scream sounded almost at the same time. The little black dog in Zhu Qing's arms suddenly opened its mouth and bit Steward Liao's big hand. Its mouth wasn't very big, but it swallowed Steward Liao's entire hand. Its sharp teeth were firmly stuck on his wrist, and blood instantly flowed out. Steward Liao was in pain and couldn't stop howling. However, The little black dog refused to let go and looked like it was going to bite his hand off. Its head kept shaking, and it even let out a low growl as if it was trying to show off its power. Let go of me. Little bastard, you're courting death. Steward Liao cursed angrily. Since he couldn't break free, he fiercely slapped the little black dog with his palm. When the energy surged, thunder and lightning flashed in the cave. Yang Kai flicked his finger, and a blast of energy pierced through the air and attacked. Steward Liao howled in pain again, and the arm that he swung out drooped down weakly. Steward Liao turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with resentment and hatred. He gritted his teeth and roared, You actually dare to attack me. It had been a long time since he encountered something like this. He had always been the one bossing people around and taking whatever he wanted. He didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate this time. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. The pair of men who led Yang Kai and Zhu Qing here were also shocked. Seeing that Steward Liao was at a disadvantage, the man hurriedly said, Stop! Don't hurt him. The woman also finally spoke, Don't hit him. You will regret it. This was the first time she spoke, and her voice was filled with indescribable anxiety. Steward Liao also hurriedly said to them, Quick, 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 kill these two people for me. Otherwise, I will punish both of you. The man and woman were stunned when they heard this, and their faces turned pale for a moment. It was as if they had committed a terrible crime, and they were at a loss for what to do. Why are you so arrogant? Yang Kai walked in front of Steward Liao, stared at him curiously, and said, Tell me, why are you so arrogant? A mere first-order Dao Source Realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master. Steward Liao's forehead was full of cold sweat. He struggled a few times, but couldn't break free from the little black dog's grasp. He sneered, Why? Because I am a steward, because I control the seal of human sovereignty. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man and woman and said, Just because of this seal of human sovereignty? So you have to swallow your anger even if you are bullied? This guy's strength isn't as high as yours, right? The man lowered his head and said, Without the seal of human sovereignty, you can't enter the human sovereign city. If you can't enter the human sovereign city, you will die. Yang Kai sneered, What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? You are a man. After all, if you don't dare to retaliate when your wife is being bullied in front of you, you might as well die. He turned his head and winked at Zhu Qing, saying, Qing, don't worry. Your husband won't let you lose a single hair even if I die. Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, Don't be so glib. I didn't see you do anything just now. Yang Kai smiled and said, He's just a piece of trash. You can kill him in one breath. Why would you need me to do anything? Zhu Qing snorted and didn't say anything else. The man was humiliated by Yang Kai's words. The woman walked forward and grabbed his hand. She looked at Yang Kai and said, You are new here, so don't speak carelessly if you don't know the rules here. Hurry up and let go of Steward Liao. Otherwise, you won't be able to establish yourself in the human sovereign city. Steward Liao was also energized, and he shouted, Newcomers always have to suffer a little before they learn the rules. Hurry up and let go, or I will make you die a horrible death. Yang Kai smiled and asked, Will I be able to settle this peacefully if I let you go? Steward Liao said, Don't even think about it. I am a member of the human sovereign city. If you dare to hurt me, the human sovereign city will not accept you. As for you, woman, if you can submit to me, it might be a way out. Your IQ is a serious flaw. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. He was about to die, but he was still threatening him. He really didn't know what this guy was thinking. Zhu Qing shouted in a low voice, Bow wow, bite him. When the little black dog heard the command, it was as if it was assisted by the gods. Its mouth suddenly split open and became incomparably huge. It actually swallowed Manager Liao into its stomach in one gulp. In the end, it even stretched out its large tongue to lick its mouth, looking as if it hadn't had enough. It was the first time Zhu Qing saw the black puppy use such a divine technique. She couldn't help but be stunned. She just wanted the black puppy to use more strength. She didn't expect it to swallow someone directly. What kind of divine technique was this? When the man and woman saw it, their expressions changed. They said in horror, "Demonic beast. It's really a demonic beast." They chased after the black puppy because they felt that it had the aura of a demonic beast. In the end, they confirmed that it was just their imagination. But now, it seemed that it wasn't an illusion. It was just that the black puppy hid its demonic chi too deeply. When it mutated just now, there was a very obvious demonic chi surging out, so they recognized it immediately. Chapter 29:53. Yang Kai looked at them curiously and asked, "Do you recognize demonic beasts?" The man immediately shielded his wife behind him and looked at Yang Kai cautiously. "Are you from the demon race?" Yang Kai was really surprised this time. This guy could say the words demonic beasts and even knew about the demon race. This was very unusual. The man became even more vigilant and gritted his teeth. "You came from the Demon Fury City?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know what the Demon Fury City is, and I don't know what the demon race is. You probably misunderstood." As he spoke, he suddenly frowned because he suddenly felt the world shake at this moment. The laws of heaven and earth that filled the surroundings seemed to be distorting and changing. He glanced at Zhu Qing and saw that Zhu Qing also had a look of surprise on her face. The laws of heaven and earth were really beginning to change, and it was definitely a huge change, which was why there were such obvious signs. "Just kill us." The man's face was ashen, and he no longer had any desire to live. Steward Liao was swallowed by a demonic beast, and two people who seemed to be from the demon race suddenly appeared in front of them. They were very strong, so there was no way they could survive. He hugged his wife tightly, and he just wanted to enjoy a moment of warmth before he died. "It's easy to die. I don't need to do it." Yang Kai stepped forward and walked in front of a spell formation. There was nothing else in this cave except for this spell formation, so it was very eye-catching. He pointed at the spell formation and said, "Can we teleport to the human sovereign city from here?" The man's eyes dimmed as he looked over and nodded, "Yes." Yang Kai released his divine sense and checked. A spatial spell formation, but it seems to be a little different. The man said, "It's useless. If you want to activate this spell formation, you must have the seal of human sovereign." "Don't you have the seal of human sovereign? Why don't you go?" Yang Kai turned to look at them. The man said, "It must be the seal of human sovereignty on Steward Liao's body. That's the master seal. Only the master seal can activate the operation of this formation. The seals on our bodies are only auxiliary seals. There's no way we can activate the formation." "I see." Yang Kai nodded. Seeing that he had yet to make a move and was instead studying the array seriously, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. The man hesitated and said, "Are you really not a member of the demon race?" Yang Kai replied while examining the formation, "Is there a demon race in this world?" The man said, "There is. Our human race and the demon race are at odds with each other. We have coexisted in this world for countless years. You don't look like a member of the demon race, but why do you have a magical beast by your side?" Yang Kai did not answer his question. The origin of the black puppy was a little strange, and it would be troublesome to explain. He asked, "Humans and demons coexist. It must be hard for you to survive." The man said, "The human sovereign city provided protection. If not for the human sovereign city, we wouldn't have been able to survive." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Is it related to the changes in the laws of heaven and earth?" "That's right. After a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. When that time comes, our human race will not be able to move around freely, but the demon race will be able to move around freely. During this time, no one will dare to leave the human sovereign city. Otherwise, there's only a slim chance of survival. So the laws of heaven and earth before were suitable for the human race to survive, and the demon race had to go into hibernation." "That's right. What a magical world." Yang Kai had a look of amazement. The man smiled bitterly and said, "We were born here. No one knows why this world is like this. Perhaps only the master of the human sovereign city can understand." Human sovereign city. Yang Kai heard the man mention these two words several times. He couldn't help but think, is that the master of the human sovereign city? The man said solemnly, That's the master of the human race. He protects the human sovereign city and protects all humans. His words were full of respect, as if he held the human sovereign city in high esteem. Yang Kai smiled and continued to study the formation. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth became more and more obvious. A large amount of demonic qi and some other strange things appeared in the void around them. Although the couple used their power to form a layer of protection on the surface of their bodies, it wouldn't last long. However, it looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the protection was broken, it would immediately be eroded by the demonic qi and turn into a demonic creature. Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, so she didn't feel much. However, she still needed to use her dragon yuan to dispel the erosion of the demonic qi. Only the little black dog's eyes lit up. Its nose twitched, and it kept sniffing around excitedly. It had the bloodline of the Return to Ruins. It was the descendant of the mutated beasts in the territory of demons. When the demonic qi surged, it naturally felt a sense of familiarity and joy. "All right, come over here." Yang Kai suddenly stood up and called out. Zhu Qing walked over with the little black dog in her arms and stood beside him. The couple hesitated. The man said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take you to the city of human sovereign city." The man was shocked. "You don't have the seal of human sovereign. How are you going to go to the city of human sovereign city?" Yang Kai sneered. "Who told you that you can't go to the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city? If you continue to dawdle, it'll be too late. Do you want to live or die?" The man was still hesitating, but the woman pulled him back. The man finally made up his mind and said, "All right, I'll trust you this time." Yang Kai grinned. "I hope you can keep the matter with Steward Liao a secret." The man smiled bitterly. "It won't do us any good to say it. Moreover, the city of human sovereign city has its ways of finding out the truth. In fact, I think it's best if you don't go to the city of human sovereign city. If you really do go in, it won't matter how strong you are." "That's hard to say." When Yang Kai finished speaking, his expression suddenly became solemn. The law of space began to fluctuate. The four of them were standing in a space array that was connected to the city of human sovereign city. Under normal circumstances, someone like Steward Liao would brand the person who was teleporting with the seal of human sovereign. Then, he would activate the space array and teleport them. However, these complicated steps were only layers of disguise. They were the means the city of human sovereign city used to control the human race. In front of Yang Kai, who was proficient in the law of space, this disguise was easily stripped away. He directly used his mind and the law of space to open the other end of the space array, so there was no need for the seal of human sovereign. With a flash of light, the man and woman both stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that the space array was really operating. For a moment, they were unable to contain their joy, feeling as if they had just escaped death. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth around them were extremely obvious. The world's world energy had turned into demonic qi. In such an environment, it was indeed unsuitable for the human race to survive. Even if they were strong enough to temporarily resist the erosion of the demonic qi, if they lived in such an environment for a long time, there would be a moment when their strength would be exhausted. At that time, they would be eroded by the demonic qi, lose their reason, and become a demon. A moment later, the light in the cave receded and the four people on the space array disappeared. The clamor suddenly came from all directions, making them feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked around and found that they had arrived in a prosperous city. Below their feet was a huge space array, and on the space array, there were people who had just appeared walking down. Their cultivations varied, and their expressions varied. Some were overjoyed, some were gloomy, and some were seriously injured, gasping for air. These people were clearly like Yang Kai and the others. In order to avoid the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, they had just rushed back from the outside. Yang Kai saw many existences from the Emperor realm among them. The four of them stood on top of the space array and were not too conspicuous. The entire city seemed to be very prosperous. People were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and there was an endless stream of people. There were many shops all around, selling all kinds of specialties from this world. Sounds of shouting rang out one after another, giving people the feeling that they had accidentally intruded into the secular world. It was the first time Zhu Qing had come to such a lively place, so she couldn't help but be a little surprised and look around. Neatly dressed guards were walking down the street. Their footsteps were orderly, and they were dressed in the same uniform. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the guards of the human sovereign city. However, these guards didn't have high cultivations. The leader was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and the rest were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, many cultivator on the street, no matter how strong or weak their cultivations were, avoided them like snakes or scorpions, as if they were very afraid of them. Yang Kai clearly saw a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master make way for them. This world didn't seem to be divided by cultivation. The man and woman from before were clearly weaker than him, but they didn't show the slightest bit of respect for the strong. As for Manager Liao, it was even more obvious. His cultivation was lower than anyone else's, but he could order the man and woman around and make them cower in fear. Some people flew by in the sky. There weren't many of them, and their cultivations were uneven. Farewell, both of you. Take care. The man seemed to be in a hurry to separate from Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, so as not to be implicated by them, so he immediately said goodbye as soon as he came back to his senses. Yang Kai sensed his thoughts and nodded casually. The woman suddenly said, "I'll give you two a piece of advice. Don't provoke those with a leaf symbol embroidered on their chests. The more leaves there are, the more noble their identity is. This isn't your original world, and it's not a place where the strong preys on the weak. Also, Manager Liao's death probably won't be hidden for long. You'd better leave the human sovereign city when the world principles change next time." Many thanks. Yang Kai smiled slightly. When the woman wanted to say something else, the man had already pulled her into the crowd and soon disappeared. It's really an interesting world. Yang Kai looked around with great interest. The entire human sovereign city seemed to be shrouded by a layer of inexplicable restrictions. That restriction was absolutely magnificent because inside the human sovereign city, one couldn't feel the changes of the world principles in the outside world at all. The world principles here were almost the same as those in the astral boundary. Looking up, one could see the chaos in the sky, as if there were countless vortexes that could swallow one's vision. After staring for a long time, one would feel dizzy. Is Zhu Lai here? Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing and asked. Zhu Qing said, "We need to find a place to use the secret technique to be sure. I hope he's here too." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's quite strong. Even if he's outside, he'll be fine for a while." And Zhu Qing nodded slightly and subconsciously stroked the little black dog in her arms. Bow Wow was very satisfied, squinting his eyes and looking comfortable. No one knew whether Manager Liao, who was swallowed into his stomach, was dead or alive. Chapter 2954. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Just as Yang Kai was silently observing the surroundings, an extremely rude shout suddenly came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a large group of people suddenly emerge from the huge space array. There were more than a dozen of them, and all of them had extraordinary cultivation. One of the men was the most conspicuous. He looked to be in his early 20s. He was handsome and had an arrogant expression. His pair of red phoenix eyes contained a lofty majesty, and he was wearing a moon-white cloak. The rest of the people scattered around and surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. As soon as this group of people appeared, they walked in a certain direction. The leading cultivator opened the way in front and rudely pushed the people who blocked the way. The people who were pushed didn't dare to resist at all. Instead, they ran to the side in fear. "It's His Highness the Third Prince. His Highness the Third Prince is back. Hurry up and kneel down. Don't talk and don't look at him. It's over if you're targeted by him." The crowd fell to their knees in an uproar. No matter whether they were male or female, old or young, or whether they were strong or weak, within a radius of 1,000 feet around the teleportation array, no matter what they were doing, they all prostrated themselves on the ground to show respect. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was curiously sizing up this so-called third prince, listening to the whispers about him, and secretly wondering what a prince was, because it seemed that such a title only existed in those kingdoms in the secular world. He had basically never heard of such a title among the cultivator community. Tens of thousands of people were kneeling around him. Only he and Zhu Qing were standing in the same place. Zhu Qing was holding a little black dog in her arms. All of a sudden, it seemed particularly unconventional. He sighed slightly. He knew it was bad. Before he completely understood the situation of this reincarnation world, in the city of human sovereignty, he didn't want to cause trouble. However, most of the things in life didn't go his way. If he didn't cause trouble, trouble would come to him. He helplessly glanced at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing smiled. The abnormal behavior of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing instantly attracted the attention of that group of people. The leading cultivator in the front came in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. This guy was tall, like an iron tower, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said in a low voice, "Boy, why don't you kneel in front of His Highness the Third Prince?" While they were talking, an extremely strong pressure emanated from the man's body, pressing down on Yang Kai. He was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and he seemed to have been on the battlefield for a long time, so his Emperor pressure had a strong bloodthirsty aura to it. Anyone who came into contact with it would immediately tremble in fear and lose most of their will to resist. Yang Kai was indifferent. He was still standing there. It seemed that only a gentle breeze was blowing his hair. He looked at the brawny man and said, "A country bumpkin has not seen much of the world and does not understand etiquette. Please don't blame me, master. We will leave now." While speaking, he was about to leave with Zhu Qing. It didn't matter if this was the third prince or any of the other princes, it was impossible for him to kneel. As for Zhu Qing, it was even more impossible. She was a member of the dragon race. Even if she died, she would not kneel to a mortal. So, it was better to leave first to avoid more trouble. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the brawny man glared at him and shouted, "How dare you!" Like a mad bull, his big palm slapped down on Yang Kai's shoulder. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body was as steady as Mount Tai, but a violent force spread from his body to his feet, shattering the stone floor. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, glanced at the brawny man, and said lazily, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" The brawny man showed a surprised expression and grinned. "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have some skill. Unfortunately, you have met me." As he spoke, the strength in his hand suddenly became more violent. Blue veins bulged on his thick neck, as if he was using all his strength to push Yang Kai to the ground. Yang Kai glanced at the others and saw that the remaining guards were looking at him coldly. They seemed to think that he had committed some taboo and had to be punished. The third prince, on the other hand, had a cold look on his face and didn't care much about him. However, when he saw Zhu Qing, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but that was it, and he didn't pay any more attention to him. His gaze crossed the crowd in half of the human sovereign city and stared at a certain spot with a fiery light shining in his eyes. He was still standing here, probably waiting for his subordinates to teach Yang Kai a lesson, so that the residents of the human sovereign city would know the price of offending him and learn to respect their superiors. The brawny man was still putting pressure on Yang Kai. At first, he had a look of confidence on his face because he also noticed that Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. In the case of the same cultivation, he wasn't afraid of any opponent, let alone this inexplicable brat in front of him. But as time passed and his Emperor Qi surged, his face gradually became ugly, because no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't shake this brat in front of him at all. It was as if this brat had taken root in the ground, and there wasn't even a trace of him moving. After a while, the brawny man's face turned red and his tower-like body began to tremble. Obviously, he was a little weak, but he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, so he could only hold on. He had greatly underestimated his opponent. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he looked past the brawny man and stared at the third prince. It's a virtue to know when to stop. The third prince turned a deaf ear to him, his eyes still fixed on a certain spot in the human sovereign city, as if his whole mind was immersed in it and he could no longer perceive anything. Yang Kai snorted and raised his hand to slap the brawny man. He had already secretly warned this third prince, but since the other party didn't take it seriously, there was no need for him to care about other people's face. As for the consequences of slapping someone's face, who cares? He'll just have to enjoy himself first. Everything had happened too quickly, and the brawny man hadn't thought that Kai Yang would actually fight back. By the time the palm had reached him, it was already too late for him to defend himself. Not to mention, his mind had been preoccupied with how to suppress Kai Yang. So how could he have the time to gather his strength to defend himself? This light palm seemed harmless, but it caused the brawny man's expression to change drastically. His whole body flew high into the air like a kite before landing heavily on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Those kneeling on the ground secretly looked up and immediately cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Obviously, none of them had expected this to happen. In the human sovereign city, there was actually someone who dared to clash with the third prince's guard, and in the presence of the third prince. This person was probably out of his mind to do such a stupid thing. It was a pity that the beautiful woman beside him would also suffer. Who knew what would happen to her? Although the third prince's guards were shocked by Yang Kai's counterattack, they reacted extremely quickly. Without saying a word, they rushed forward and instantly surrounded Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Among these guards, there was one second-order Emperor Realm Master, two first-order Emperor Realm Masters, and the rest were all from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Each of them had a strong foundation, and it wasn't surprising that they could break through at any time. Although Yang Kai hadn't been here for long, the quantity and quality of the Emperor Realm in the human sovereign city still surprised him. He didn't know how the cultivator here cultivated, but it seemed to be very common in the Emperor Realm. Such a lineup of guards could be considered luxurious, especially when the third prince himself was also a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Many masters surrounded them but didn't attack. They were just waiting for the third prince's order. As long as the third prince said the word kill, they would immediately pounce on Yang Kai and Zhu Qing and tear them to pieces. No matter how strong these two were, provoking a prince in the human sovereign city wouldn't end well for them. Surrounded like this, Yang Kai was calm and collected. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Zhu Qing also bent down and put down the black puppy, standing quietly beside Yang Kai. Did you just come from outside? The third prince suddenly retracted his gaze and asked Yang Kai, "Is it that obvious?" Yang Kai frowned. He was a little surprised that this guy would ask about this. The third prince said lightly, "If you had stayed here for a few more days, you would have understood that it's not a wise move to start a conflict with a prince in the human sovereign city." Yang Kai grinned. "So that's how it is. The third prince really has sharp eyes." "That's right. My husband and I did just come from outside." The third prince gently nodded his head and said, "The outside world has its own rules, and this place has its own rules. I'll let it go this time, but I hope that you can follow the local customs next time." After saying that, he gave Yang Kai a deep look and walked straight past him. The guards surrounding Yang Kai and Zhu Qing heard their master's words and didn't have any intention of making things difficult for them. They immediately turned around and followed him. Even the brawny man who was sent flying by Yang Kai didn't look at them when he passed by them, as if he hadn't fought with Yang Kai at all. That's right. After walking a dozen steps, the third prince suddenly stopped and said without looking back, "I'll let you know that I'm letting you go not because you've shown enough strength, but because it's your first offense and I'm giving you a chance to turn over a new leaf." Yang Kai frowned slightly and moved his lips towards Zhu Qing. Although there was no sound or sound transmission, Zhu Qing still understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. This guy is really arrogant. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and giggled. "Pa." The third prince seemed to casually snap his fingers. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed and he let out a groan. Zhu Qing's beautiful face paled as she stared nervously at Yang Kai and said, "You're bleeding." Saying so, she hurriedly took out a silk scarf from her space ring and placed it under Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai reached out and took the silk scarf, covering his nose as he stared incredulously at the third prince walking away. "Why are you bleeding?" Zhu Qing frowned, puzzled. She had watched the conflict from beginning to end and hadn't seen any signs of injury on Yang Kai, but Yang Kai still had a nosebleed. This was obviously abnormal. "Let's find a place to talk." Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he pulled Zhu Qing away. The surrounding residents of the human sovereign city slowly got up and moved to the sides, as if avoiding snakes or scorpions. Chapter 29:55 In a tea house, high-quality tea was being steamed, exuding a unique fragrance. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sat opposite each other, while the black puppy rested on a corner of the table, its eyes closed. "What happened just now?" Zhu Qing asked in a low voice. Even now, she still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai was injured. Although the injury wasn't serious, it was still bleeding. It was impossible to say that it was the third prince's doing. She knew very well how strong Yang Kai was. How could a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master injure him? And all it took was a snap of his fingers. If the third prince really had this ability, then he wouldn't be far from the great emperors. This human sovereign city isn't simple. Yang Kai loosened the scarf covering his nostrils. The blood had stopped, but the scarf was a mess, so he put it away. Zhu Qing was shocked. "Was it really the third prince who injured you?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "How is that possible?" Zhu Qing's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? She was shocked. What kind of master was hiding his strength that even she couldn't see through? If there really was such a person, then his strength was too terrifying. No. Yang Kai shook his head. That guy wasn't hiding his strength. His strength is that of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Then how could it be? Zhu Qing's mouth opened slightly. How do I put it? Yang Kai frowned as he recalled the scene just now. After a long time, he said, "There is an extremely strong force in the human sovereign city, and the third prince seems to be able to control this force at will. It wasn't the third prince who injured me, but that omnipresent force." Although this was a bit awkward, the meaning was very clear. Zhu Qing naturally understood, so she asked in a daze, "What kind of force is that?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "Do you remember the woman who warned us not to provoke people with leaves on their chests?" Zhu Qing patted the table and said, "The third prince seems to have a leaf symbol on his clothes." Yang Kai grinned. "And it's the symbol of a 9-leaf cultivator." He then pointed to the sky and said, "You may not have noticed, but the people flying in the sky all have a leaf symbol on their chests. It's just that there are different numbers." Hearing what he said, Zhu Qing quickly released her divine sense to investigate. She found that it was indeed the case. Among the people flying in the sky, no matter how strong they were, none of them were ordinary people. All of them had the symbol of a tree leaf embroidered on their chests. These people probably have a very special status in the human sovereign city. That's why they're thus SSS, SSSS, SSS, SSSSS, theirs and theirs. Zhu Qing frowned and said, "Isn't there a bit too many royal relatives?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "That's why most of those fellows only have 1 or 2 leaves. It's rare to see someone with more than 5 leaves. The third prince, for example, is a 9-leaf cultivator. It seems like he's someone with authority." Zhu Qing said, "I remember now. Steward Liao, who was in the cave before, seemed to have a similar symbol on his chest." "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded. "That's why he's able to control the space array over there. That's why he has the master seal of the human sovereignty. Even if the couple is stronger than him, they have no choice but to swallow their pride. SK, it's good to have special privileges. What are you thinking?" Zhu Qing looked at him coldly. Yang Kai said solemnly, "What I'm trying to say is that only the royal relatives can mobilize the mysterious power in the city. That's why they can easily defeat those who are stronger than them. Naturally, I don't think every royal relative has such an ability. Perhaps there are some limitations. For example, only those with more than 5 or 6 leaves are qualified to do so. The more leaves they have, the more power they can mobilize." "MHM, you seem to have a point." Zhu Qing did not think too much about it. She did not think there was anything wrong with Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai sneered. "At the end of the day, it's still the law of the jungle. It's just that some people here can borrow a special power. This power seems to be everywhere in the city of human sovereignty. Can we stop it?" Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I can't say for sure. Earlier, the third prince didn't go all out, and I wasn't prepared for it. Hence, I don't know if I'll be able to stop it if it really comes down to it. The most important thing now is to figure out what the hell that power is. Only then can we deal with the problem. Should we ask around?" Zhu Qing suggested. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. Why? Because someone's coming to us on a silver platter, little fool. Yang Kai smiled at her. Zhu Qing said angrily, You're the little fool. Yang Kai's words reminded her that ever since she entered the city of human sovereignty, her IQ seemed to have dropped. When she thought about it, it was probably because she felt like she had someone to rely on. Hence, her judgment and observation skills had plummeted. She did not feel good about this, but she did not reject this feeling. Master, since you're here, why don't you come and sit with us? Why are you all alone without anyone to talk to? Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at a table not far away. There was only one customer at that table. He looked to be in his 50s, had a goatee, and had a refined appearance. At first glance, he looked like a teacher. His cultivation was restrained, and his aura was ethereal. It was impossible to judge his strength. This guy entered the tea house right after Yang Kai. When he heard Yang Kai's words, the goatee did not hesitate. He stood up and sat down. He did not look at Yang Kai or Zhu Qing. Instead, he was interested in the little black dog that was lying on the table, pretending to be asleep. The aroma of tea filled the room. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and filled his cup. He said, What's your name, sir? The goatee picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He said calmly, A good dog. Yang Kai smiled. It's just a little mutt. What's so good about it? You flatter me. The little black dog did not have any special characteristics. As long as it did not reveal its return to Ruin's bloodline, no one would notice anything unusual. The goatee shook his head. I'm not talking about it. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If you're not talking about it, then you're talking about me? The goatee stroked his beard and said calmly, You're worth teaching. Zhu Qing's face turned cold. She immediately wanted to teach this old man a lesson. This old man did not know what he was talking about. He actually dared to insult her man in front of her. How could Zhu Qing tolerate this? Yang Kai gave her a look, telling her to calm down. He laughed. Sir, you're really interesting. I'm a human. How can you compare me to a dog? The goatee said, Sometimes a human is not as good as a dog. A human has its disadvantages, but a dog has its advantages. Yang Kai sneered. Then which family's dog is it? The third prince's family? The goatee's face turned cold, but he did not flare up. He nodded. You're right. Yang Kai said, I've heard people say that a dog that bites doesn't bark, and a dog that barks is trash. It seems like you're a good dog. Zhu Qing snorted. Don't compare him to Bow Wow. Bow Wow is much better than him. She seized every opportunity to vent the anger in her heart. Reaching out, she hugged the black puppy and gently combed its fur. The goatee said, It's not up to me to decide if I'm a good dog. It's up to the third prince. If he thinks you're a good dog, then you're a good dog. If he thinks you're not, then no matter how strong you are, you're still a dead dog. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sir, are you here to beat the dog and eat its meat? Or do you have other plans? The goatee pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and motioned for him to fill it. He said calmly, Dog meat doesn't taste good. The third prince isn't interested. Yang Kai said, Oh, so you're here to recruit a hunting dog? Whether it's a hunting dog or a domestic animal depends on your performance. The goatee picked up the teacup again and took a sip. It's rare to see strong people from the outside. The third prince thinks you're not bad, so he's willing to give you this opportunity. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on your performance. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. I'm sorry. Sir, you're ambitious. It's your freedom to be someone else's domestic dog. I don't think the same as you. My wife and I don't want to do anything. We just want to raise a dog. We're not interested in being a dog. The goatee put down the teacup. His expression didn't change. He seemed to have expected this. He nodded and said, I've heard some things about the outside world. Maybe you used to be a tyrant and can call the wind and summon the rain. But this is the human sovereign city. It has its own rules. An outsider like you will always have to suffer some losses before you understand the rules of the human sovereign city. As he spoke, he stood up and casually threw down a wooden token. He said, This is the third prince's token. If you can escape this calamity, then you have the qualifications to become the third prince's hunting dogs. If you don't, then it means that you're nothing more than this." When he finished speaking, he floated away. At the same time, a dozen figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding the tea house. Seeing this, the other customers in the tea house turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled. The owner of the tea house looked at this sudden scene with an expression of wanting to cry, but he didn't dare to act rashly, because he recognized the identity of these people. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said with a headache, "What do you mean by giving a data club?" Zhu Qing looked around coldly and said, "They don't seem to be the same people." Yang Kai suddenly said, "If there's the third prince, then there must be the first prince and second prince, right? I don't know which group they are from. It seems that they're not as united as before." The two of them didn't try to hide their voices, so the cultivators gathered around the tea house could hear them clearly, but all of them remained indifferent. No one stood up to explain anything to Yang Kai, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. They were indeed waiting for someone. Not long after, there was another sound on the street. Then, a huge palanquin came from the other end of the street. The people carrying the palanquin were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. They didn't move at all, and the palanquin flew steadily. Chapter 29:56. The bed and palanquin were extremely luxurious, with a translucent pink curtain that gave off a hazy feeling of extravagance. There were two people in the palanquin, a man and two women, all of whom were reclining on the palanquin. There was good wine and fresh fruit on the couch. The man was hugging the women in each arm, taking a sip of wine and eating a spirit fruit, looking very comfortable. The two women were wearing very little, exposing a large part of their snow-white skin. They were wriggling in his arms, acting coquettishly, vaguely competing for his affection. The man acted as if there was no one around, his two big hands groping and ravaging the two women's delicate bodies, causing them to gasp from time to time. The people along the way all knelt down, not daring to raise their heads, not knowing that there was an endless romantic scene in the palanquin. Only the women's seductive voices entered their ears, making them feel as if their bellies were on fire. In the blink of an eye, the bed and palanquin arrived in front of the tea house. Before the palanquin landed, the Dao Source Realm bearers stood there with straight backs. The surroundings were quiet, and the obscene sounds from the palanquin became more and more abrupt. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide, watching with great interest. Zhu Qing blushed slightly and coldly snorted, but when she saw Yang Kai's bewitched look, she couldn't help but kick him under the table and glare at him. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, your eyeballs will fall out." Yang Kai grimaced and said to her, "Qing-er, you look so good when you're jealous." "Nonsense." Zhu Qing's face turned even redder. Who's jealous?" The two of them flirted with each other as if no one was around, causing the surrounding cultivators to look on coldly. A burly, bald man walked into the tea house. He looked like a lackey, but his cultivation was quite good. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his aura was profound. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing and shouted, "The first prince has arrived. Why aren't you kneeling?" "It's really a prince." Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at each other. He had just said it casually. They didn't expect that the person who came was really a prince. He and Zhu Qing had only been in the city of Human Sovereign for less than half an hour, and they had only had a small conflict with the third prince's people at the space magic array. They didn't expect that the first prince would appear so soon. Although the third prince had taught him a lesson, he still sent people over. Undoubtedly, he wanted to recruit him as his subordinate. He wondered what the first prince was up to this time. However, when Yang Kai saw the first prince's posture, he had a vague guess. He immediately felt a little displeased, and his tone became very unfriendly. "Sorry, this young master does not have the habit of kneeling to others. If you have something to say, say it. If not, scram." Hearing this, the bald man was furious and shouted, "Impudent." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and was about to make a move. However, a soft voice came from the palanquin. "Stop. What if you hurt the beauty?" When the bald man heard this, he immediately stopped. However, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. The voice from the palanquin said, "Beauty, let me introduce myself. I am the first prince of the city of human sovereign, Fushu. Are you interested in coming with this prince to play? Zhu Qing didn't answer, but the two women in Fushu's arms were unhappy. One of them climbed onto Fushu's body and took a sip of wine. She said coquettishly, "The first prince is so bad. It's not enough to have us sisters to serve you. You actually want to find someone else. How annoying." The other woman also said sweetly, "That's right, first prince. What's so good about this woman's cold face? How can she be as considerate as us sisters who serve you wholeheartedly? First prince, don't pay attention to her. I don't know where this country bumpkin came from. Let's go back to the palace. My sister and I recently came up with a good idea that will definitely satisfy the first prince." The first imperial prince swallowed the fine wine and felt as if his entire body was as light as a feather. His two large hands forcefully pinched the soft and tender bodies of the two women beside him, causing them to let out a soft moan. He chuckled and said, "The two of you are indeed good, but she is not bad either. This imperial prince will take her in and let her be your sister." "No, no, we already have enough sisters. First prince, you can't accept any more." That's right. I can't even count all those sisters. First prince, you just promised this servant a few days ago that you won't fool around anymore. How can you go back on your word in just a few days? This person won't listen." The first prince laughed dryly and said, Yes. This prince did say those words before, but at that time, this beauty didn't exist. I will accept one more and one more. I definitely won't accept any more in the future." First prince is lying. This person doesn't believe you. Don't, first prince. There's nothing special about this woman. Oh, she has a head of red hair. If first prince likes it, us sisters can also dye our red hair red and wave it in front of you every day so that you can see as much as you want. How is that the same? Fushu shook his head and said, "You don't know. Although this beauty doesn't look special, I heard that she came from the outside world. This prince has seen countless women, but this is the first time I've met one from the outside world. Naturally, I can't let her go so easily." She came from the outside world? What's so strange about that? Women are all the same. First prince, that's enough. Shut up. Fushu's tone suddenly became cold. The two women who were acting coquettishly suddenly fell silent. They understood their status and position in the first prince's eyes. They were just playthings. It didn't matter if they acted coquettishly from time to time because he doted on them. However, if they insisted on stopping the first prince from seeking pleasure, they would immediately fall out of favor. There were countless beauties in the first prince's residence. It wasn't necessary for the two of them to serve him. Thus, when they felt that the first prince's tone was not right, the two women didn't dare to disobey. One of them immediately changed her tone and said, "Since first prince likes her so much, then just accept her. It's just one more sister. As long as first prince is happy, anything is fine." Sister is right. I think this woman's appearance is also not bad. She is barely qualified to serve first prince. Fushu immediately smiled and kissed the two women on their cheeks. He laughed and said, "You two are the most reasonable. This prince didn't dote on you for nothing." The two women wriggled in the first prince's arms. The woman who spoke first said, "But this beauty seems to already have someone in her heart. First prince, what are you going to do?" Fushu smiled and said, "That's because she doesn't know how powerful this prince is. Once she has tasted this prince's methods, why would she think of another man? Look carefully. This prince will go and subdue her right now." As he spoke, he broke free from the two women. He straightened his disheveled clothes and stood up from the palanquin. He opened the curtains and stepped down. After entering the tea house, he looked up at Zhu Qing. His heart immediately burst with joy when he saw her. He didn't get a good look at her from behind the curtains. Now, he saw that this red-haired woman was simply too beautiful. Although her expression was cold, it was enough to incite a man's desire to conquer her. As he had said before, he had never tried a foreign beauty before. It wasn't that he didn't have enough power, but rather that no one had entered the human sovereign city for many years. He was the first prince. In the human sovereign city, he was second only to the emperor. If he wanted a beauty, he only had to give the order, and someone would immediately arrange it for him. None of the women dared to resist. They all did their best to please him. After getting used to eating delicacies, it was a kind of happiness to occasionally have a change of taste. Thus, the colder Zhu Qing's expression was, the more he liked it. Deep in his heart, he wanted nothing more than to bring this red-haired beauty back to the prince's mansion and dote on her. His fiery gaze was like a leech biting onto Zhu Qing's face. He began to move his gaze without restraint, wanting to examine her from head to toe. Yang Kai's figure flashed and stood in front of Zhu Qing. The first prince's expression immediately changed. It was as if he had seen a lump of stink. He said with disdain, "What's your name?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to reply, Fu Shu said, "I don't care what your name is. If you want to live, then scram. Seeing that you have done a good deed, this prince will bestow upon you a one-leaf body." As soon as these words were said, the surrounding cultivators all had fiery expressions. A one-leaf body. Although it was the lowest level of nobility, it was still nobility. In the city of human sovereignty, one would be able to enjoy special privileges that ordinary people could not. In an instant, one would be able to rise above the commoners. These people had followed the first prince for many years, but none of them had ever received such a reward. They did not expect that this outsider would receive such an honor just because he had a beauty by his side. This made many of the first prince's attendants green with envy. They secretly sighed at this brat's good luck. The bald man took a step forward and shouted angrily at Yang Kai, "Brat, why aren't you thanking us and leaving? Do you want to die?" Yang Kai sighed dejectedly. He looked seriously at the first prince and said, "Your Highness the first prince, this lowly one has a deep relationship with my wife. I don't want to be separated, and I don't have any intentions of offering her beauty. Your Highness the first prince is extremely powerful and has countless beauties by your side. I think the two in the sedan are quite good. Why do you have to set your sights on a married woman? If word gets out, it will damage your Highness's reputation." Fu Shu said with a cold face, "Are you insulting my intelligence, or insulting your own?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He also felt that his proposal was too childish. Fu Shu said, "This prince also does not want to bully others. How about this? If you think the two in the sedan are good, then I will give them to you. The one behind you is mine." As soon as this was said, the two women in the sedan were as if they had been struck by lightning. They suddenly became very stiff, but they did not dare to say anything. For a moment, their expressions were miserable, and they cried. Yang Kai said in surprise, "Won't the first prince lose out?" Fu Shu snorted, "This prince is a magnanimous master. What's wrong with letting you take advantage of me?" Yang Kai said, "But I have no interest in taking what others like. I only want to be with this lowly one." Fu Shu waved his hand and said impatiently, "Then just treat it as a reward. There is no need to thank me." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Zhu Qing said behind him, "He is staring at me and won't let go. What are you going to do?" Yang Kai grinned and revealed a bright smile. "What else can I do? Since he is here, then I will beat him." Chapter 29:57. Someone from the Third Order Dao Source Realm dares to act presumptuously in front of this young master? Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand and slapped Fu Shu mercilessly. He could see that although the human sovereign city was safe and unaffected by the changes in world principles, it was in fact a pool of muddy water. If he and Zhu Qing, two outsiders, wanted to establish themselves here, they would have to show extraordinary strength and let others know that they were not to be trifled with. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the jungle, and if it changed, it meant that they were not strong enough. Fu Shu's strength was not high, only in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, but Yang Kai's eyes were sharp enough to see that this guy's cultivation was exaggerated. He should have taken some pills or emperor artifacts to forcefully increase his cultivation, so it was impossible for him to display his full strength. Furthermore, this crown prince looked like he was addicted to wine and women, so it was likely that he had already been hollowed out. This kind of guy, Kaiyang could casually kill dozens or even hundreds of them. However, Fu Shu did not have the slightest self-awareness. At this moment, he was only 10 meters away from Yang Kai, so once he attacked, he would not have any time to react. His emperor chi surged, and the world energy fluctuated as a huge palm visible to the naked eye slammed down on Fushu. The bald man's expression changed greatly as he shouted, "Stop! Stop your mother's hand!" Yang Kai cursed. His hand did not stop moving, becoming more and more violent. Fushu really didn't have time to react. He stuck his head out to take a look at the beautiful woman behind Kai Yang. Only when the palm was about to hit him did he suddenly cry out in fear. His whole body stiffening and trembling, he didn't know what to do. Seeing that this palm was about to smash the talisman pivot into powder, a green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. It suddenly formed a layer of protection, wrapping Fushu completely. Hong. The protection shattered, and Fushu's hair danced wildly, his body in a sorry state, but he was unharmed. What the hell is that? Kai Yang was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he didn't see any trace of the talisman Shu casting a spell, but that protective shield had strangely appeared. Looking up and down, it also didn't seem like he was wearing any kind of artifact. On the contrary, he was wearing a lot of useless pendants, which could only be used as decoration. The bald man had already charged out from the side. A light flashed in his hand, and a sledgehammer suddenly appeared. The sledgehammer was half the size of a table. It was flickering with a dazzling light, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. The bald man shouted angrily, "You dare to be rude to the first prince? Die, brat!" His muscles bulged as he held the sledgehammer in one hand. He exerted all his strength and smashed it down on Yang Kai's head. In a split second, the sound of wind and thunder filled their ears, making them tremble in fear. "Escort the emperor. Protect them," Yang Kai shouted. Zhu Qing glared at him. While her red hair was fluttering, her petite body flashed and stood beside Yang Kai. Then she raised a small white fist and met the sledgehammer head-on. The bald man's expression changed again as he shouted, "Get out of my way!" He didn't know why this red-haired woman wanted to kill herself, but he knew the power of his attack. This woman's cultivation seemed to be quite good, but she was still a delicate woman. If she was hit by his sledgehammer, even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. This was a woman the first prince had taken a fancy to. How could he dare to kill her? He had used all his strength before. Now, even if he wanted to withdraw, it was too late. Seeing Zhu Qing in front of him, he could only twist his body and move the sledgehammer a little, hoping that the woman could escape. Zhu Qing's fist smashed into the sledgehammer. Her small fist and the sledgehammer created an extremely strong visual impact. No one doubted that Zhu Qing's fate would be miserable. However, the result was shocking. With a loud bang, Zhu Qing's body didn't move. Her hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The bald man holding the sledgehammer stared as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze for a moment before he was sent flying like lightning. Hong long long. The walls of the tea house and the building next door were filled with holes. As far as the eye could see, dust filled the air. The bald man fell into a pile of rubble, motionless. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, especially the guards who had come with the first prince. They all stared at Zhu Qing in a daze. They never thought that this seemingly soft and delicate body could explode with such destructive power. This was even more inconceivable than seeing a demon race jumping around in the human sovereign city. Zhu Qing waved her hand with a look of disdain. Outside the tea house, the two seductive women on the palanquin screamed in horror. How many years had the human sovereign city been peaceful? No one had ever dared to cause trouble in the city, let alone have a conflict with the first prince. Suddenly seeing such a big scene, the two women were naturally frightened. Their faces turned pale, and their delicate bodies trembled. The screams woke up the dazed Fushu. He was stunned for a while before he suddenly woke up. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Yang Kai, "You hit me?" His tone was much harsher and became somewhat hysterical. "You dare hit me? This prince? That's right. You're the one I'm going to hit." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the myriad sword in the air. He slashed down at Fushu's head. The sword light was biting cold, and the sword intent was awe-inspiring. Fushu was so frightened that he screamed and ran away like a rat. The myriad sword chased after Fushu like a maggot. The sword light slashed at Fushu's body, but it did not cause him any harm. Every time the sword light came, a green light would appear on Fushu's body and block the attack. If Yangkai was strong, it would be strong. If Yangkai was weak, it would be weak. It was as if it had a mind of its own. No matter what, it would protect the first Prince Fushu's safety. Even someone as strong as Yangkai was unable to break through the green light. He clicked his tongue in wonder. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. If he had not accidentally come to this reincarnation world and entered the city of human sovereign city, he would not have known that such a thing existed in this world. Help! Help! The first prince shouted as he ran. He no longer had the dignity of a prince. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person running for his life. He had even forgotten that he had once cultivated. His guards finally reacted and rushed towards Yangkai to protect their master. Although these guards were not weak, how could they be Yangkai's opponent? The myriad sword cut down one by one like cutting vegetables. However, Yangkai did not kill them. Although the tea house was full of blood and screams, there was no danger to their lives. However, Yangkai's ferocious appearance had scared the first prince out of his wits. He did not even have the strength to run. He was blocked in a corner of the tea house. He looked at Yangkai in horror as he walked towards him step by step. He trembled and shouted, "Don't come here! Don't come here! I am the first prince. I order you to stop." Yangkai smiled sinisterly. Blood dripped from the myriad sword, making him look like a demon from hell. The first prince wished that he could just faint and be done with it. However, the fear in his heart made him more clear-headed than usual. After a few steps, Yangkai stood in front of the first prince. He tilted his head and looked at him. Then, myriad swords slowly stabbed towards him. The first prince sucked in a breath of cold air and held his breath. He stared at the tip of Myriad's sword in horror. When Myriad's sword was about an inch away from Fushu, the green hazy light appeared again. It wrapped around Myriad's sword tenaciously and blocked its advance. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the light. Yangkai used Myriad's sword to point at the green shield. He looked down at Fushu and asked, "What is this?" Fushu's 2 rows of teeth were chattering. He could no longer answer Yangkai's question. A voice came from the side. "With the protection of the holy tree, the imperial family will not be harmed." Yangkai turned his head and saw that the man with the goatee, who had just left, had appeared in the tea house again. He was still sitting in the same position as before. It was as if he had never moved. He stared at him indifferently. Yangkai raised his eyebrows. "With the protection of the holy tree? What holy tree?" The man with the goatee said, "It has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with me. I hate people like you the most. What do you want?" Yangkai looked at him impatiently. The man with the goatee said, "You have offended the first prince and injured so many of his guards. You have also frightened the first prince. There is no place for you in the human sovereign city." "I'm so scared," Yangkai sneered. "Are you going to tell me that if I want to live, I should quickly go and lick the feet of the third prince? Only he can protect my safety?" The man with the goatee smiled. "Smart people understand." Yangkai snorted. "It seems that everything that has happened here is within your expectations. You were the one who brought the first prince here, right?" The man with the goatee shook his head. "Don't accuse me wrongly. The first prince's desire to chase after beauties is well known. When you and this girl appeared in the human sovereign city, someone went to inform him. This old man only expected this situation and came to join in the fun." He paused and looked at Yangkai. "How about it? Do you still want to refuse?" Before Yangkai could reply, the frightened Fushu looked as if he had seen his savior. He looked at the man with the goatee. "I remember now. You are that person by the third prince's side. Yes, that person. Hurry up and kill this guy for me. This prince will reward you handsomely." The man with the goatee looked at the first prince with disdain. "This old man is the third prince's man. Why would I help you?" The first prince is confused. Fushu's face paled. "Then what will it take for you to help? How about I give you the 2 women outside?" The man with the goatee looked between his legs and sighed. "This old man is already so old. It is not easy to guard this little bit of Yang Yuan. I appreciate the first prince's kindness, but it is a pity that this old man cannot accept it." You, how can you be like this? Fushu's face was filled with disappointment. The man with the goatee turned to look at Yang Kai. Is your answer the same? Yang Kai rested Myriad's sword on his shoulder and sneered. The man with the goatee understood and said to Fushu, although this old man will not help, this old man can show the first prince a way out. Chapter 29:58. Speak, speak. Fushu hurriedly said. He didn't have many strong subordinates, and all of them were lying on the ground, so he could only place his hopes on the goatee. The goatee said, with the protection of the holy tree, the crown prince will definitely not be injured. Since he won't be injured, why are you afraid of him? You are a prince and can use the power of the holy tree. Even if you can't beat him, can't you just steal and run? As long as you return to your residence, what can he do to you? Fushu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He scolded himself for being so scared. It was indeed, as the old goatee said, he had the protection of the holy tree, so ordinary people couldn't hurt him. Since he wouldn't be injured, what was there to be afraid of? He hated himself for being so scared that he didn't even think of such a thing. He hated Kaiyong for making him lose face. Looking at Zhu Qing, who was standing over there, he gradually regained his courage and slowly stood up from the corner of the wall. Although his body was still trembling, it was much better than begging for mercy and running away. The previous conflict had attracted the attention of many residents of Emperor City. At this moment, the tea house was surrounded by onlookers from all directions. Several groups of patrolling guards arrived and were shocked to see the mess in the tea house when they parted the crowd. When they saw Fushu, they all came forward to greet him and asked about the situation. You all came at the right time. The appearance of these guards increased Fushu's confidence. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, this person is vicious and evil. He injured my guards and insulted this prince. Quickly come with this prince and take him down. When the guards heard this, they agreed one after another. A sneer appeared on Fushu's face as he suddenly began to chant an incantation. The incantation was cryptic and difficult to understand, causing the onlookers to be confused while Yang Kai was taken aback. He was too familiar with this chant. When the chant sounded, he couldn't help but think of a magnificent battle scene. At that time, he had 100,000 troops under his command. The various branches coordinated and fearlessly attacked the demon race camp. The wizard would chant such a chant. The chanting of the incantation made one's blood boil, filling one's chest with murderous intent. They wanted nothing more than to destroy everything in front of them. The Fushu's incantation was very short. There seemed to be some changes, but they were still the same. A ray of light suddenly bloomed and enveloped the guards. In the next moment, the blood and chi of the many guards suddenly surged, and their bodies swelled up like balloons. Their exposed skin glowed with a dark red light, and even their eyes turned crimson red. Timidity and fear disappeared from their bodies, replaced by determination and bravery. Bloodthirst. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never thought that after more than 100,000 years, he would be able to see someone else use the bloodthirst technique. Although there were some changes to the bloodthirst technique, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't mistake it. Previously in the cave, when Manager Liao used the technique, there were some traces of wizard techniques. However, it wasn't obvious, so Yang Kai didn't pay too much attention to it. But now, it seemed that the reincarnation world still had wizard techniques. He didn't know how it had been passed down for so long. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect such a scene. Her beautiful eyes curiously looked at the cultivator that had changed. She was somewhat puzzled. When the Fushu's incantation sounded again, Yang Kai already knew what kind of wizard technique this was. This wizard technique was the most troublesome type of wizard technique for the demon race. It was also a type of wizard technique that couldn't be cracked. It was because of the protection of this wizard technique that the barbarians could compete with the demon race. Yang Kai knew how terrifying this wizard technique was. How could he let the Fushu use it? He took a step forward, and the myriad sword leisurely disappeared. When he clapped his hands together, a huge crescent blade suddenly slashed towards the Fushu. This attack appeared very suddenly, and its power was unpredictable. It made the goatee secretly shocked. The Fushu was naturally shocked, but he didn't care. He remembered the goatee's words. Even though he was shocked, he didn't have any intention of dodging or blocking. The incantation from his mouth became louder and louder. The huge crescent blade hit the Fushu's body as expected, but was blocked by the green light that appeared on the Fushu's body. However, this time, the green light was especially dense, and it was almost lush. This green light was a type of protection. It would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. On the other hand, it showed the powerful killing power of the crescent blade. Silently, the divine technique that could devour space couldn't do anything to the Fushu. The green light actually blocked the crescent blade's attack again, but a small crack appeared at the spot where the crescent blade came in contact with it. It was almost undetectable. This kind of protection wasn't invincible, but it wasn't unbreakable. Yang Kai suddenly realized this point. The reason why Yang Kai's previous attacks didn't have any effect was because they weren't strong enough. And in this moment of delay, the Fushu had completed his wizard technique. Another ray of light bloomed and shrouded the guards. In the dark, there seemed to be something that connected these people together, making them live and die together. Everyone's chi and blood gathered in one place and soared into the sky. Zhu Qing's expression changed. Life chains. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. He never thought that he would one day face the two great war wizard techniques, the bloodthirst technique and life chains. In the Thousand Illusions dream world, the barbarian army led by Yang Kai was invincible thanks to these two wizard techniques. Because of this, Yang Kai knew better than anyone how powerful they were. The goatee was surprised. You know about saint techniques? What are saint techniques? Yang Kai took a few steps back and stood side by side with Zhu Qing, looking forward coldly. There were about 30 guards in the group who had been affected by the bloodthirst technique and life chains. No matter who it was, their cultivation was below the Emperor realm. The strongest one was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and the weakest was only a Second Order Origin King. If this group of people were to fight alone, Yang Kai could easily blow them away with a single breath and teach them how to behave. But now, they had the capital to fight to the death with the people of the Emperor realm. The name of the war wizard technique was not just a bluff. The goatee said, only the members of the imperial family who have 6 leaves and above can use the power of the holy tree to cast this secret technique. If you don't know about the saint techniques, how can you say the name of the saint techniques? Yang Kai did not answer him. He whispered to Zhu Qing, this is a little troublesome. Zhu Qing said, I'll take care of these people. I'll leave that prince to you. Yang Kai shook his head and said, they're not easy to deal with. Let me do it. Zhu Qing said leisurely, don't underestimate me, okay? Also, I don't want to fight with that annoying guy. Since you said so, that's the only way. Yang Kai shrugged. Zhu Qing snorted. If you can't take care of him, don't even think about touching me in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and she pounced forward. Yang Kai wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said, do you have to be so ruthless? The goatee poured cold water on them and said, it's useless. Since the saint techniques have been cast, you have no chance of winning unless you can reverse the saint techniques. However, you'll need the holy tree's protection first. Fushu was furious. Old man, whose side are you on? The goatee said calmly, I'm just here to watch the show. I'm not taking sides. You should focus on fighting the enemy, first prince. Be careful not to embarrass the imperial family. Fushu was infuriated by the goatee's words. He said with great ambition, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. As they spoke, Zhu Qing had already clashed with the 30 or so guards. When the violent energy surged, the small tea house collapsed. The owner of the tea house ran to the street and cried bitterly as he cursed. Soon, Zhu Qing discovered how difficult it was to deal with this group of people. They weren't very agile. After all, there were more than 30 of them. When they fought, they didn't cooperate at all. They didn't have any order, and they often interfered with each other. They looked clumsy. However, even though there were more than 30 of them, every single one of them had the ability to take her attacks head-on. Every time she attacked, any random person would be able to block it. This was simply unbelievable. She was a member of the dragon race, and her strength was violent. Even a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't dare say that they could take a hit from her without being injured. However, this ragtag group of guards could do it. After a few punches, Zhu Qing quickly discovered the secret behind their ability to block her attacks. She didn't know what was wrong with these people. No matter who tried to block her, her attacks would be dispersed and shared by these 30 or so people. If one chopstick could be easily broken, 2 chopsticks would be twice the resistance, let alone these 30 or so people who had been enchanted with some kind of saint technique. After their qi and blood force was stimulated, these people didn't fear pain or danger. Everyone's eyes turned red, and the number of attacks they could withstand increased exponentially. Zhu Qing's face turned cold, and her attacks became more and more violent. To her, what happened just now was just a test. With a rumble, the battlefield kept shifting. Soon, half of the street was affected. On the old side of the tea house, Yang Kai stared at Fushu and said indifferently, "You heard what the madam said. For the sake of this young master's future happiness, please, lie down, first prince." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Fushu, almost sticking to him. The goatee's eyes narrowed, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. In that instant, he didn't see what happened. Fushu screamed and almost fell again. However, he quickly calmed down and gritted his teeth. "Do you think this prince is afraid of you?" Yang Kai raised his hand and threw a punch at Fushu's face. Before Fushu could react, the fist was already in front of him. Fortunately, the green light blocked the attack and didn't injure him. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot. His face was pale, but he gritted his teeth and chanted an incantation. He wanted to cast the bloodlust spell on himself so that he wouldn't be afraid anymore. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Fushu's chest and said, "First prince, you're only an 8-leaf cultivator. TSK, TSK. Even the third prince is a 9-leaf cultivator. Why is it that you, the eldest brother, have 1 less leaf than him? Is it because the human sovereign favors him, or is it because you're unpopular?" Fushu's incantation came to an abrupt halt. He said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Why would father favor the third prince? I'm the first prince." Chapter 29:59. Is that so? However, the third prince indeed has 1 more leaf than you. If I'm not mistaken, the more leaves one has, the more honorable one's status is. In that case, you're indeed inferior to the third prince. That's because my cultivation base isn't high enough. Yes, that's right. I'm not willing to cultivate. That's why I'm only an 8-leaf cultivator. If I have a cultivation base like old thirds one day, a 9-leaf cultivator will be a piece of cake. Tisk, TSK, tisk. Yang Kai had a look of disdain on his face. "I don't think so. If I were a human sovereign, I wouldn't like you, first prince. If I want to pass the throne to the third prince one day, I'll definitely consider him. The third prince is a dragon among men. His cultivation base is extraordinary, and he treats people with generosity. How can you compare to him?" "You. Shut up." Fushu was infuriated by Yang Kai. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced on Yang Kai. With the protection of the holy tree, he looked fearless. Although Yang Kai was speaking, his hands never stopped attacking Fushu's body. He was constantly attacking various parts of Fushu's body, but he was still unable to break through the green light's protection. The first prince's attacks were no different from scratching an itch to Yang Kai, and he could completely ignore them. For a time, the two of them fought like street thugs. However, neither of them could defeat the other. All of their attacks were like stones sinking into the sea. The man with the goatee sighed. He could not bear to watch any longer and said, "Your Highness, there is no need to care about his words. Just use your saint arts. Your cultivation is inferior to his, and only saint arts will be able to avenge your humiliation." Yang Kai turned his head and snorted coldly. "Old thing, if you keep blabbering, I'll knock your teeth out." The goatee said earnestly, "Young man, you must know how to respect the old and love the young. That depends on the person. People like you who like to show off everywhere. I have to kill dozens of them every day." As they spoke, Fushu's incantation sounded again, but he had been reminded by goatee. He no longer entangled himself with Yang Kai and directly cast bloodlust on himself. The timidity and fear in his eyes quickly disappeared, and his eyes were instantly filled with anger and excitement. He laughed loudly. As if there was no one around, he said ferociously, "Brat, you dare to offend this prince. I want you to die. After killing you, I will take good care of that beauty." Bloodlust could affect a person's rationality and cause them to lose some of their judgment, but it was undeniable that it was still very useful in certain special situations. Fushu's fear and cowardice were suppressed by the bloodlust. He stared at Yang Kai with his red eyes, as if he had become a different person. He roared, "Bind!" All of a sudden, an invisible force pushed out from the void. Like a layer of waves, it bound Yang Kai's raised fist. Yang Kai was unable to smash down. No matter how he struggled, his fist was fixed in the air. He felt that his fist seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and the more he wanted to attack, the stronger the pulling force became. Yang Kai's expression was stern. The first prince, Fushu, was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he was able to achieve such a feat with the help of a so-called saint technique. This was beyond Yang Kai's imagination, and it made him even more wary of this modified witchcraft. Normal wizard techniques could not have such an effect, nor could they do such an unimaginable thing. He had always been the one to fight above his level, and this was the first time he was beaten by someone who was weaker than him. He floated back and was blocked again, but he easily opened up the distance between him and Fushu. After succeeding in one move, Fushu's confidence increased greatly. He laughed wildly. "Run? Let's see where you can run to. Sword, come." He stretched out his hand, and a green fluorescent light suddenly burst out in the void. The color of the fluorescent light looked exactly the same as the energy protecting Fushu, and the fluorescent light quickly gathered in the air, turning into a shocking long sword. Fushu pointed his hand, and the long sword slashed down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's pupils shrank, and he instinctively felt the power of this attack. Under the surging of the law of space, several moonblades flew out to meet it. With a rumble, the green long sword destroyed all the moonblades along the way, but after intercepting the last moonblade, it suddenly collapsed. Fushu's body shook, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from his nostrils, but he did not feel it at all. He raised his hands again and roared, "Again!" Another green light bloomed, and it was still a huge green long sword. Yang Kai looked thoughtfully in a certain direction. After a few times, he finally caught a subtle trace. Every time Fushu used the saint technique, it seemed to have a resonance with something in that direction. This resonance was very weak, and if it was not for Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he would not have noticed it. Fushu of the Third Order Dao Source Realm did not have the strength to compete with him, and the only reason he could do this was because he had borrowed power. He had borrowed the power of the Holy Tree, and the direction that resonated with it should be the direction of the Holy Tree. He wanted to see what the hell the so-called Holy Tree was. It actually had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. His divine sense spread out like a tide, causing the void to buzz, and the goatee's face changed again. In an instant, everything in the human sovereign city was imprinted in Yang Kai's mind, as if the best artist had painted a picture in his mind. As his divine sense advanced, he could see farther and farther. Suddenly, a barrier blocked in front of him. Yang Kai was caught off guard, and his divine sense crashed into it, causing him to feel dizzy. At this time, the green long sword had already slashed down, and it hit Yang Kai's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Fushu laughed. "You dare to be arrogant. You dare to humiliate me. This is the price you have to pay." He made a hand seal, controlling the green long sword to press down, as if he wanted to cut Yang Kai in half. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and with the myriad sword in hand, he swung it up, and a biting cold sword chi burst out, cutting the green long sword in half. Fushu was stunned, and he was a little surprised. Yang Kai said, "First Prince, is this all you've got? What a joke. Show me what you've got. Let's see what you can do to me." Fushu was furious, and he shouted, "Brat, don't be so arrogant." He suddenly chanted an incantation, but this time, Yang Kai could not tell what kind of wizard spell it was. At the same time, Fushu got into a bow and arrow posture. A green arrow strangely appeared in front of him, and he gently pinched it, placing it on the invisible bow. Chasing the stars and moon. Die. Following Fushu's angry roar, the green arrow spun and broke through the barrier of space, leaving a visible vacuum along the way, and rushed in front of Yang Kai in an instant. Yang Kai tilted his head, and the arrow brushed past his temples, cutting off a few strands of black hair that fluttered in the wind. You still dare to dodge? Fu Shu was like an erupting volcano. Without any hesitation, he began to draw his bow and shoot arrows at Yang Kai like meteors. Blood flowed from his nostrils like a flood that had broken through a dam, drenching his clothes and the ground. However, it was as if he didn't notice it at all. His entire being was in an indescribable state of excitement. After 3 to 5 arrows, even his 7 orifices began to bleed. Using Saint arts seemed to be a great burden on him. In this world, there was no power that could be obtained for no reason. Even if Fu Shu was the first prince and was born with the blessing of the Holy Tree, and could use powerful Saint arts, with his level in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, he would have to pay a great price to compete with Yang Kai. His unrestrained attacks made it easier for Yang Kai to spy on the source of the Saint arts. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Fu Shu was overjoyed when he saw this, and said naively, "Have you seen this prince's strength? It's too late to kneel and beg for mercy. This prince will make you taste all the torture in the world." As he spoke, he raised his hand again, and a green arrow whistled through the air. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand slightly, and caught the green arrow in his hand. The arrow that contained a powerful force was instantly frozen in front of him, motionless. How can this be? Both Yang Kai and Fu Shu said this at the same time, but one of them had a blank look on his face while the other was filled with shock. Your aura? Goatee's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Yang Kai, like a newborn calf, full of confusion. The moment Yang Kai closed his eyes, his aura suddenly underwent a tremendous change. It did not become very powerful, but this aura gave off an extremely ancient feeling, as if he had walked out from a distant time and space. His entire body exuded an indescribable ancient charm. The green arrow collapsed in Yang Kai's hand, and Yang Kai began to chant an incantation. At this moment, he was not the Emperor Realm, but a wizard king from the southern barbarian tribe of the ancient world. His incantation was even more obscure and ancient than the first prince's. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely difficult to pronounce. You. The first prince was dumbfounded, and he actually forgot to continue attacking. He pointed at Yang Kai, as if he had seen something impossible. Goatee's body also shook violently, and he was completely dumbfounded. A small fire snake suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was very lifelike, as if it was a real creature, and it kept rolling in the air. Holy technique! Goatee cried out in surprise, almost biting his own tongue, but he quickly denied his own judgment. This was not a holy technique, because the fire snake did not have the green light that was unique to holy techniques, but the entire casting process was almost identical to a holy technique. So this is a holy technique? Yang Kai's lips curled up. He could clearly feel that he had established a connection with something in the human sovereign city, and this connection was only established after he had transformed into the Wizard King. After using the wizard technique, this connection became much stronger. Chapter 2960. The small fire serpent rolled nimbly in the air, but it brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. Fu Shu was already stunned. He stared blankly at the fire serpent, completely forgetting that he was still in the middle of a battle. The goatee shouted, "First Prince, this is not a saint art. Don't be blinded by his tricks." Is this really not a saint art? Fu Shu turned his head and asked. The goatee was so angry that his beard was in a mess. He reiterated again, "This old man guarantees with my life that this is definitely not a saint art. It just looks similar to a saint art. There is nothing to be afraid of." Fu Shu was shocked when he heard this. He shouted angrily, "I was wondering how someone as insignificant as you could perform a saint art. It turns out that you were just lying to me. You're dead meat." He wanted to draw his bow again, but Yang Kai had already flicked his finger. The fire serpent straightened up and shot towards him like an arrow. Fu Shu turned a deaf ear to the fire serpent's attack. He knew that the Saint Tree would provide him with strong protection. Any attack from Yang Kai could not do anything to him, just like the situation before. The fire serpent did not seem to be very powerful. It was just a very ordinary fire serpent technique. In ancient times, even a wizard could perform a wizard technique. With a boom, the fire serpent hit Fushu, but it produced an unexpected effect. The protective green light that appeared on the surface of Fushu's body was broken by the fire serpent. Although the fire serpent disappeared at the same time, the scattered sparks splashed all over Fushu's body. He was so hot that he screamed. The goatee narrowed his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, Fushu was the first prince. He was protected by the holy tree in Ranhuang City, and only those with 8-leaf bodies and above were qualified to hurt him. However, this inexplicable outsider had actually done it. This was simply beyond his scope of understanding. He could not figure out why this was the case. And why did that secret technique look exactly the same as the Saint Trees? Other than the fact that it did not have the power of the holy tree attached to it, it was simply a saint art from another template. Yang Kai looked at the first prince with a smile. Nonsense. Fushu extinguished the sparks on his body. He cursed angrily, "You?" Whether it's nonsense or not, the first prince can see for himself. As Yang Kai spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, and another flame serpent appeared in front of him. Then another, a third, a fourth. You. Fushu was shocked beyond words. Why don't you chant the incantation? Why do I need to chant? Yang Kai continued to cast his wizard spell. It was still the simple fire snake spell. Of course we have to chant the incantation to cast the sacred spell. Fushu found it hard to accept that his common sense had been broken. Yang Kai sneered, "How can trash like you be compared to this young master? This young master's saint arts are at my fingertips." While they were talking, a dense flame serpent had appeared in front of him. It was as if a snake cave had been destroyed. As time passed, the newly appeared fire snakes also underwent some changes. A trace of green appeared on top of the flame serpents. Although it was not very eye-catching, there was no doubt that it was green. The green color became more and more intense. The last few fire snakes that appeared were almost all dark green in color. Yang Kai finally stopped. He looked at Fushu with a smile. "See, I told you that I also have the protection of the holy tree." Hiss. Goatee gasped, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations. This outsider had actually obtained the protection of the holy tree and cast the sacred spell that was imbued with the power of the holy tree. It was impossible for the third prince to get him to join them. It could even be said that this person's arrival was enough to set off a storm in the human sovereign city. It might even change the current situation in the human sovereign city. He no longer had any thoughts of roping in Yang Kai. He was only thinking about how to retreat. On the other side, Fushu was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The huge emotional change caused a series of chain reactions. First, the bloodlust technique had reached its limit and was cancelled. Then, the aftereffects of using the sacred spell broke out. Fushu screamed and fell to the ground. He covered his nose with his hand, but he could not stop the blood from flowing out. His chi and blood were weakened to the extreme, as if he would die at any time. He wailed loudly and asked for help, but who could help at this time? The enemy who was fighting with him before was the first to fall. Yang Kai curled his lips and was too lazy to add insult to injury. He did not care about Fushu at all. He only relied on the power of the holy tree to deal with him. Now that Yang Kai was also on the same starting line, Fushu was no longer a concern. He turned his head and looked at Goatee with a smile. The latter's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He said bitterly, "Could it be? You are a lost member of the royal family?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Your imagination is a little too rich." "Then why can you use the power of the holy tree?" Goatee could not understand this. "Who told you that only the royal family can be protected by the holy tree?" Yang Kai sneered. It seemed that no one had ever said that only the royal family could be protected by the holy tree and use the power of the holy tree. No one had ever doubted this statement. Goatee suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He faintly felt that a big secret was about to be revealed in front of him and reveal the truth. He asked in a trembling voice, "Who can be protected by the holy tree?" Yang Kai said coldly, "Old man, you are a traitor. Why are you asking this? Do you have any ideas?" Goatee was shocked and angry at the same time. "Don't talk nonsense." While speaking, he looked around as if he was afraid that his words would be heard by someone. Yang Kai sneered, "Go back and tell your master not to bother me in the future. I have no intention of provoking anyone and have no intention of being enemies with anyone. It's just that my wife and I accidentally wandered here. When we find a way out, we will leave. If anyone dares to trouble us..." Humph. Goatee was relieved. He nodded and said, "This old man will definitely pass on your words. As for what decision the third prince will make, it is not something this old man can interfere with. I also know that you don't have the ability to interfere. Go away." Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a fly. Goatee immediately ran away. How could he dare to stay here? Fushu was still wailing. His voice was very miserable. In the sky not far away, Zhu Qing was fighting a bloody battle with more than 30 cultivators. Although these 30 cultivators were strengthened by Fushu's bloodlust and life chains and could fight together, how could they be a match for a dragon race? The bloodthirst art only stimulated their blood vitality, making their flesh and blood stronger and fiercer. Even if it could increase their strength, it couldn't increase it by too much. As for the life chains, it could only allow their life force to coexist and increase their resistance to attacks. Their offensive ability was still maintained at their original level. Zhu Qing could easily deal with them. The situation was very one-sided, but because of the life chains, Zhu Qing still had a hard time dealing with them. Yang Kai raised his hand, and the fire snakes that had been floating in front of him flew over and hit the crowd. The life chains that connected their blood and chi power and life force were instantly punctured like balloons by countless fiery snakes. Their strength was completely drained. The life chains were dispelled, and the connection was broken. The 30 cultivators were suddenly caught in Zhu Qing's violent energy field and were instantly injured. They fell from the sky like dumplings. Normal life chains couldn't be dispelled so easily, but Fushu's wizard technique was supported by the power of the sacred tree. Yang Kai used the same source of energy to interfere, so the life chains broke on its own. Zhu Qing was too lazy to chase after the enemy, suddenly became so weak. Bullying such weak people was a disgrace to the dragon race. She flew to Yang Kai's side and looked at Fushu, who was lying in a pool of blood. She said in disgust, "How is this person still alive?" Yang Kai was shocked. "You still want to kill them? Women are really the most poisonous." Zhu Qing coldly snorted, "This kind of trash. What's the point of letting him live?" "You're right." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked somewhere in the crowd. "Your Excellency has been watching the show for so long. Isn't it time to come out? You heard it. If you don't come out, my mistress will kill the crown prince. Don't cry when that happens." As Yang Kai's voice fell, a figure suddenly flashed and appeared directly in front of the crown prince. This person was very tall, but he was very thin, as if he was malnourished. He stood there like a bamboo pole and was very conspicuous. Fushu, who was in pain, was shocked when he saw this person. He pointed at him and said, You are." The thin bamboo pole didn't say a word. He bent down and stuffed a spirit pill into Fushu's mouth, then knocked him out with a palm. He reached out and lifted Fushu up, then turned around and looked coldly at Yang Kai. "Oh, a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he had long known that the human sovereign city had a strong foundation, Yang Kai was still a little surprised to see a 3-layer Emperor Realm Master so quickly. The thin bamboo pole's aura was extremely strong, not any weaker than Azure Sun Temple Master 1 Zishan or Star Soul Palace's Xiaoyu Yang. In other words, he was a master on the same level as Temple Master 1, Elder Xiao, and the others. If they really fought, Yang Kai might not be able to defeat him. Of course, in the human sovereign city, with the protection of the holy tree, it shouldn't be a problem to crush him. He was now the target of the holy tree's protection. He had been constantly using the fire snake technique to establish a connection with the holy tree. The holy tree wasn't protecting the imperial family, it was only protecting the wizard. When he saw the crown prince use the wizard technique before, Yongkai had some guesses. In order to confirm his guess, he used the power of the wizard. Chapter 2961. The facts prove that his guess was correct. When he used the first fire serpent technique, there was indeed a trace of resonance between him and the sacred tree, forming a subtle connection. After repeatedly using it, this connection became even more firm. That's why he was able to get the protection of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that the Fushu and the goatee knew. The so-called holy technique was just a wizard technique that was supported by another power. People in the human sovereign city thought that the holy tree was protecting the royal family, so the royal family was inviolable here. They had a lot of privileges, and no one could resist them. But in fact, it was probably because in the human sovereign city, only the royal family was a wizard, so they could establish a resonance and connection with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree. Except for the royal family, other people couldn't practice wizard techniques, or they were prevented from practicing wizard techniques. This should be a means of control by the human sovereign city. The only thing Yongkai didn't understand was what the holy tree was, and why it could protect the wizard and be used by the wizard. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yongkai couldn't find the answer for the time being, unless he saw the so-called holy tree with his own eyes. But this was easier said than done. Since the holy tree was so special and important, it must be protected by the human sovereign city. It would be harder for him to see it than to go to the sky. He put his thoughts on the thin bamboo in front of him, smiled and said, "Let me guess, the first prince and the third prince have appeared. Are you the second prince's people?" No, you shouldn't be the second prince's people, although I don't know if there is such a person." The thin bamboo looked silent and said lightly, "Why do you say that?" His voice was as thin as his body. It sounded dry. It was like he hadn't drunk a sip of water for decades. Yongkai snorted. Since ancient times, the royal family has no kinship. There must be a fierce struggle between the princes. If you are really the second prince's people, I'm afraid you can't wait for the first prince to die and be reincarnated. Why would you be so kind to save him? The spirit pill you gave him just now is pretty good. So that's the case. It seems that you have some observation skills. Thin Bamboo slightly nodded. You are right. I am not the second prince's people. Then who do you work for? Yongkai narrowed his eyes and asked. The Thin Bamboo said, by the order of the human sovereign. Please enter the palace. Human sovereignty. Yongkai raised his eyebrows and turned to Zhu Qing. Madam, do you think we should go? Zhu Qing said, It's up to you. Yongkai nodded slightly and chuckled. Let me ask you something first. If I hit the first prince, the human sovereign won't do anything to me, right? The Thin Bamboo pole said, Human sovereign's mind as a subordinate, I will not try to figure it out. I only follow orders, please. While speaking, he turned sideways and assumed an inviting posture. Yongkai said to Zhu Qing, It seems that we have to go. I also have some questions to ask him. Let's go then. Zhu Qing nodded. Lead the way. Yongkai gestured at Thin Bamboo with his mouth. Thin Bamboo did not say a word. His figure flashed and flew in a certain direction. Yongkai followed him. The black puppy ran out of nowhere and barked for a while. It jumped into Zhu Qing's arms. During the fight just now, this little guy was nowhere to be seen. Now that the fight was over, it immediately showed up. Human Sovereign City was huge, and Thin Bamboo was clearly a noble as well. Yongkai had noticed the 5 leaves symbol on his clothes. The 5 leaves symbol was far inferior to the first prince and the third prince, but it was still a symbol of power. According to Goatee, only a 6-leaf cultivator was qualified to mobilize the power of the holy tree and cast the holy technique that could crush everything. There was only a fine line between the 5 leaves and the 6 leaves. Yongkai estimated that in Human Sovereign City, all the true relatives of the royal family should have at least a 6-leaf cultivator, like Thin Bamboo. Their cultivation base was profound, but they did not have the royal bloodline. 5-leaf was the peak, and there was no room for improvement. He was a 3-layer sovereign. In the outside world, he would definitely be the sect master of a top sect or a tyrant. However, in Human Sovereign City, he was a servant. In Human Sovereign City, the commoners and nobles were distinguished by whether they had leaves or whether they had leaves. The true nobles and the powerhouses under their command were distinguished by the number of leaves. This was a method of control. Yang Kai did not agree, nor did he want to criticize it. He only felt that the human sovereign was really petty. His first impression of Thin Bamboo was much worse. The reason why the human sovereign summoned him was probably because he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize its power. His appearance and actions had shaken the foundation of human sovereign city's rule. He was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing ripples on the surface and attracting the attention of the overlord of the lake. Yang Kai estimated that if he refused the summons of the human sovereign city, he would immediately be ostracized and hunted down by the entire human sovereign city. Therefore, no matter what, he could not refuse the summons. Since he could not refuse, he could only go with the flow. However, this trip would not be too peaceful. He had to be more vigilant. In human sovereign city, only the nobles could fly in the air. No matter how high the cultivation base of a leafless cultivator was, he had to walk obediently on the ground. Thin Bamboo had a 5-leaf body and seemed to be an expert by the human sovereign's side. Naturally, he was qualified to fly. He flew all the way, and the people in front of him retreated. The nobles were inferior to Thin Bamboo. Yang Kai soon noticed that a 6-leaf body was rare. At the very least, he had not seen one along the way. Most of the nobles were below the 3-leaf stage. There were very few people above the 3-leaf stage. In comparison, Thin Bamboo's 5-leaf body was superior. The only difference between him, the first prince, and the third prince was that he could not mobilize the power of the holy tree. Because he was not born in the royal family, he could not cultivate the wizard's spell, and he could not be protected by the holy tree. The palace was located in the center of the human sovereign city. There were many palaces and occupied a large area. It was the direction where Yang Kai had felt the resonance earlier. It was also the direction where the holy tree provided the power. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the holy tree, but all he could see was a hazy mist, as if it was shrouded in some kind of powerful spirit array, making it impossible for him to see inside. What had blocked his divine sense from probing before should be this spirit array. Not long after, Thin Bamboo flew down and landed in front of a palace. The palace was very magnificent and seemed to be very old. Standing outside the palace, a desolate and ancient aura rushed to his face, as if it was telling the passage of the flowing time great emperor. Yang Kai's face turned serious. Thin Bamboo handed the first prince, who had been in his hand, to the guards standing outside the palace. He turned his head and said, "Both of you can go in. The master of the human sovereign city is inside." Smiling, Kai Yang asked, "Could it be a trap? Are there hundreds of executioners waiting for us to enter, so that they can chop and chop us up?" Thin Bamboo said with an expressionless face, "Is this a joke? It doesn't sound funny." Yang Kai shrugged. "That's because you don't have a sense of humor." Thin Bamboo said, "The master of the human sovereign city is supreme. If he really wants to deal with you, he doesn't need any trap. We are all in the emperor realm. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yang Kai curled his lips and stepped into the palace. Thin Bamboo pointed to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms and said, "Leave the beast." Woof. The black puppy barked at Thin Bamboo. It was obviously annoyed. Zhu Qing shook her head and said, "Bow Wow won't stay. The human sovereign palace is not a place that anyone can enter, let alone a beast. Please don't make it difficult for me." Thin Bamboo stepped in front of the two people. Yang Kai sneered. "You said that the human sovereign city summoned us, and now you are stopping us here. Are you going to let us in or not?" The Thin Bamboo pole opened his mouth, as if he was about to say something, but suddenly he tilted his ear to listen. Apparently someone was transmitting a message to him. A moment later, he flashed and opened up a path for him. "This is the way to treat guests." Yang Kai smiled and walked side by side with Zhu Qing. From the outside, the human emperor palace was dimly lit, as if nothing could be seen. But once inside, it was brightly lit. More than a dozen huge pillars stood around, as if they were connecting heaven and earth. Luminous pearls decorated the place, and a soft light enveloped the entire palace. Pairs of eyes suddenly swept from all around. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there would be so many people in the human sovereign palace. He glanced around and soon found a familiar figure in the crowd. He smiled and said, "Third Prince, hello? We meet again so soon. Thank you for taking care of me before." The third prince snorted coldly. His eyes were full of disdain. The people in the palace were all six-leaf cultivators or above. In other words, they were all relatives of the emperor. They were all powerful great wizards, old and young, male and female. There weren't many nine-leaf cultivators, only two of them. Other than the third prince, there was a beautiful woman in her early 30s. The two of them stood at the top of the palace, just below the dragon throne. The rest of the people were lined up beside them. What surprised Yang Kai was that this beautiful woman was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. There were more than 20 wizards, and their cultivations varied. There was not a single three-layer Emperor Realm Master in the palace. There was a huge dragon throne in the middle of the room. It was big enough for a person to lie on it without feeling small. On the dragon throne, a slightly fat, elderly man was sitting upright. He didn't look very tall. Sitting on the dragon throne, he looked a little round, which made him look a little funny. However, the aura emanating from his body surprised Yang Kai. Before coming here, he had been secretly guessing the cultivation of the human sovereign. The special situation in the city made him understand that as long as he could communicate with the holy tree and mobilize the power of the holy tree, his own cultivation was secondary. Therefore, he vaguely guessed that the cultivation of the human sovereign shouldn't be too high. It shouldn't be at the level of the great emperors. It was because of this that he dared to come to the human sovereign palace and meet the human sovereign. If the other party was really one of the great emperors, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to resist. However, after seeing the human sovereign, Yang Kai realized that he was too naive. The human sovereign wasn't any great emperors. He wasn't even a three-layer Emperor Realm Master. The aura emanating from his body was only that of a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and it was extremely superficial. Chapter 2962. The ruler of the human sovereign city, the supreme person, was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect this either, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. She was an existence comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so she could see through the human sovereign at a glance. A second-order cultivation was laughable in her eyes. Moreover, the human sovereign was obviously old. Although she didn't know how old he was, his vitality had already begun to decline. In other words, the second-order Emperor realm was his peak, and there was no room for improvement. Moreover, his cultivation would gradually decline with the passage of time. The faintness of his aura was the best proof of this. "How dare you? In the name of the human sovereign, why don't you kneel?" A delicate shout rang out. It was the beautiful woman standing at the top of the right-hand side who took the lead. In the entire hall, only she and the third prince were nine-leaf cultivators, but her cultivation was one realm higher than the third prince's. She had the strength of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. It could be said that she was the most powerful among all the members of the imperial family. Although the human sovereign's cultivation was the same as hers, his strength had begun to decline. However, she was different. She was the flowing time great emperor at the peak of her life, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. If she had the opportunity, it was not impossible for her to reach the third-order emperor realm. Yang Kai glanced at her and snorted coldly. "The rules of your human sovereign city are really strange. You have to kneel to anyone you see, but why don't I see you kneeling to me?" The beautiful woman took a step forward, her face cold. A powerful aura pressed down on Yang Kai. "This queen is the second princess of the human sovereign city. Do you think you can afford to kneel to me?" Yang Kai remained unmoved and said proudly, "Bullshit princes and princesses are like floating clouds to me. In my eyes, whoever has the bigger fist can stand up straight and talk. Even the first prince was beaten like a dead dog by me, let alone you, the second princess." The second princess narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly and flashed with a dangerous light. "So, you think your fist is big?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously and sneered, "At least your chest is bigger than mine." The group of princes and princesses chuckled. They thought this outsider had a sharp tongue. The second princess was proud of her high cultivation and did not take any of the royal family seriously. She did not even look at the princes who were ranked at the top. It was a pity that she was born a woman, which was a shortcoming. If she were a man, she would have been the next successor to the human sovereignty. However, as a woman, she did not have enough capital to be proud. Her butt was not round. Her chest wasn't big, and other than her face, there wasn't anything else worth praising. Yang Kai's words hit the second princess where it hurt. She was so angry that her face turned ashen. She gritted her teeth and said, "Kneel down." As he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. A mass of green light shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. The shape of a palm appeared above his head and pressed down fiercely, as if trying to force Yang Kai to kneel on the ground with brute force. "I think you're the one who should kneel." Yang Kai snorted coldly and reached out to pull Zhu Qing behind him. At the same time, he made a gesture with one hand, and a ball of dark green light bloomed. This light was not as big as the second princess, but it was undoubtedly much brighter and more condensed. All the royal family members in the palace changed their expressions. The light shot up and melted into Bai Lu's palm. Under everyone's gaze, the palm suddenly changed direction and pressed towards the second princess. At first glance, it looked as if the second princess had cast the saint's spell to deal with herself. The third prince narrowed his eyes, and an unprecedented sense of crisis lingered in his heart. He quietly looked up and saw that the human sovereignty's expression did not change. She sat there with half-closed eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. A mountain-like pressure fell from the sky, and the second princess's face suddenly became very ugly. A creaking sound came from her body, and her body slowly shrank. She resisted with all her might, constantly urging her power to resonate with the saint tree. However, there seemed to be another invisible force interfering with her, so she could not establish a connection with the saint tree. She could only rely on her own strength to hold on. She finally experienced the feeling of being oppressed by a saint's spell. The man opposite her was obviously not as strong as her, but he could use a saint's spell to play with her in the palm of his hand. An unprecedented sense of shame welled up in her heart, and her face turned red. She could only grit her teeth and shout, "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and help." Many of the royal family members in shock suddenly came to their senses. Just as they were about to intervene, Zhu Qing suddenly said lightly, "Let's see who dares to move." At this point, a huge red dragon suddenly spread out from her body. The red dragon was more than 30 feet long, and it hovered in the palace. Its huge body almost filled half of the human sovereignty palace, and a thick dragon aura overflowed in all directions, making people feel cold and breathless. Above the dragon's head high, two huge dragon eyes reflected everything, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. Everyone was stunned, and looked at the huge dragon's shadow in a daze, and there was a series of gulping sounds. The human sovereignty, who had been as steady as a mountain, finally opened her half-closed eyes. Her seemingly turbid eyes bloomed with amazing light, and she looked up to meet the dragon's eyes. In an instant, there was a surge of spiritual power in the palace. The red dragon raised its head and roared, creating a deafening sound, and the strong wind it set off blew a few of the weaker members of the royal family away. The full activation of the dragon race's origin force allowed Zhu Qing's strength to directly surpass the third-layer emperor realm. Even if these royal family members were protected by the holy tree, they could not do anything. The second princess, who was struggling to hold on, was even more embarrassed. Yang Kai had already cut off her connection with the holy tree, and now that she was hit by the dragon's aura, her body was lowered, and one of her knees touched the ground. Her face instantly turned snow-white, and a huge sense of shame filled her heart, making her experience a feeling worse than death. The human sovereignty city had stood tall for more than 100,000 years, and the royal family had long developed a superior character. It had always been the commoners who knelt to the royal family, and this was the first time in history that a royal family member had knelt to a commoner. Yang Kai did not continue to pressure her, and turned to look at the human sovereignty, saying, "Master, what do you say? If you continue to watch, I'm afraid your daughter will really kneel to me. Although it's not that I don't deserve her kneeling, bullying a woman is not something to be proud of. What's the saying again? A good man doesn't fight with women. The human sovereignty slowly stood up, and a voice that was not too loud rang out in the human sovereignty palace. This emperor has not taught his daughter well. Guest, please stop. When the princes and princesses heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They had never spoken so politely to anyone in the human sovereignty city. Usually, even to their children, it was extremely dignified. When had it ever been so gentle? A strange look flashed in the third prince's eyes, as if he had guessed something. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in his eyes had completely changed. He did not expect that after not seeing him for half a day, the guy he had looked down on in the space array had become so powerful. Yang Kai looked at the human sovereignty with a smile. He did not stop, nor did he say anything. He just stood there, frozen. The red dragon that filled half of the palace slightly raised its head, and the dragon's power grew stronger. A trace of annoyance flashed through the emperor's eyes, but he didn't flare up. Instead, he turned to look at the second princess and said, "Fu Yu, your words and actions are improper. You've offended this emperor's guest. Quickly apologize." "Father." The second princess called Fu Yu was shocked when she heard this. She looked at the human sovereignty incredulously. When she met the human sovereignty's dignified and angry eyes, her eyes trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. She gritted her teeth and said, "Fu Yu is blind. I offended you. Master, please don't blame me." Her tone was extremely stiff, especially when she said the word master. Obviously, she had never done such a thing, and had never addressed anyone as such. Yang Kai laughed. "Since the human sovereignty has spoken, of course I have to give you face. Qing'er, accept it." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to withdraw his sorcery. The dark green palm that had been pressing down on Fu Yu's head suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The red dragon that filled half of the hall also collapsed like a bubble. The draconic aura dissipated, and the many members of the royal family heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Yu slowly got up and lowered her head. No one could see her expression and eyes, but her trembling body showed that she was extremely restless. "Give her a seat." The human sovereignty raised his hand. Immediately, someone brought two extremely luxurious chairs from the inner hall and placed them not far from the dragon throne. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "There's no need to sit. I think the master of the human sovereignty has a lot of things to ask me, and I also have something to ask the master." The human sovereignty did not force him. He nodded and said, "Yes, I do have something to ask you." Yang Kai put on a listening posture. The human sovereignty said, "Where are you from?" "The astral world. I wonder if the master has heard of it." The human sovereignty nodded. "Of course I have. The city of human sovereignty has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. There have been outsiders coming in one after another. I don't know when it started, but the people who came in claimed to be from the astral world. It seems like you are too." Yang Kai smiled. "You call this place the reincarnation world, and there is a spatial intersection with the astral world. Naturally, those who can come in are from the astral world." The human sovereignty said again, "How did you enter the city of human sovereignty? As far as I know, no one should have opened the spatial array for you, because that person was killed by you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "The master is very well informed. You found out in just half a day? Since someone died, of course we have to investigate carefully." Yang Kai suddenly shook his head. "I think this is very unfair. Only the master asks questions, and I am responsible for answering. It's not worth it. Why don't we take turns asking, each of us one question? If we can answer, we answer. If we can't, we ask another question. How does that sound?" Many members of the royal family were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone haggle with the human emperor. Furthermore, they had said it so confidently. However, the human emperor did not show any signs of anger. He only pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "As you wish." The third prince's eyes were even more surprised. Chapter 29:63. "So, it's my turn now?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly darkened as he spoke. "Where are the couple that came with me to the city of human sovereign? Are they dead or alive?" The human sovereign smiled, That's two questions. Yang Kai shrugged. The first one doesn't count. They're still alive. How did you enter the city of human sovereign through the space array without the seal of human sovereign? Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the void in front of him. The void suddenly collapsed, as if someone had moved a piece of a puzzle. Although it quickly recovered, it could still be considered a miraculous feat. The human sovereign looked enlightened. So that's how it is. Yang Kai said, how does the master of human sovereign want to deal with that couple? Kill them. Yang Kai was stunned. What's the meaning of this? Steward Liao died at my hands, and that couple just happened to be there at the right time. They didn't even help, so why should I kill them? Master, you don't take human lives seriously, do you? The human sovereign looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai coughed lightly. You ask first, you ask first. The human sovereign's gaze suddenly turned to the black puppy in Zhu Qing's arms. This beast is a demon? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Although its bloodline isn't pure, it is without a doubt a demon. As soon as he said this, the faces of the royal family in the hall changed greatly. They all looked at the black puppy in horror, and then looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing with vigilance. Yang Kai said, can you answer my question now? The human sovereign said, knowing the truth and not reporting it is the reason for their deaths. Yang Kai sneered, Master, you're so impressive. Looks like you care a lot about those two. As far as I know, you didn't even ask for their names, right? Not to mention any friendship. I don't know their names, but I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. It's always unsettling. You're kind. The human sovereign nodded slightly, his eyes like lightning, suddenly looked at Yang Kai. You're from the demon race? Yang Kai sneered, if I was from the demon race, I would have already overturned this human sovereign palace. Why would I be standing here talking nonsense with you? I don't think so either. However, there's always a possibility. We have to ask clearly. You, Yang Kai, Zhu Qing, and I have no intentions of your human sovereign city. What do I have to do to those two people? Calm. The mortal emperor spoke indifferently. All of you can leave mortal emperor city and are forever forbidden from taking a single step into the city. Then, I'll release them. Yang Kai curled his lips. As long as I can find a way back, I'll leave immediately. Who wants to stay in your human sovereign city? If you want us to leave, that's fine. Master, please show us the way. The human sovereign shook his head. It's easy to enter the reincarnation world, but difficult to leave. This world has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one has been able to leave. If we can enter, we can leave. As long as we find a suitable way, Master, if you really want us to leave early, don't keep it to yourself. The human sovereign shook his head slowly. I really don't know. Yang Kai frowned. He felt that the human sovereign didn't seem to be lying. It was meaningless to continue asking, so he could only sigh. I can understand Master's feelings of wanting us to leave, but if there's no way out, where should we go after we leave? Although the reincarnation world isn't big, it's not small either. With your strength, even if you encounter the demon race, you may be able to fight back. Other than the human sovereign city, you can go anywhere you want. Yang Kai curled his lips. Master, you're being too irresponsible. If that's the case, then we'll have to stay in the human sovereign city for a while longer. The human sovereign narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then I'll have to fight you with all my strength. I hope the two of you are mentally prepared to go to hell together. As he finished speaking, a circle of dazzling green light suddenly erupted from his body. He seemed to have become hundreds of years younger, and an aggressive sense of oppression came crashing down. Yang Kai frowned. He instinctively felt that this old man was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he seemed to have established an unbreakable connection with the sacred tree. He was able to mobilize an unimaginable amount of power, giving people a feeling that he was invincible. He wasn't the only one feeling this way. The princes and princesses around them all felt the same way. They all stared at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing covetously. The dragon Yuan in Zhu Qing's body churned under the influence of their auras. Her face turned cold. Yang Kai patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. He smiled. Master, don't be so nervous. It's not impossible for us to leave the human sovereign city, as long as Master agrees to 2 of my conditions. The human sovereign raised his forehead. Speak. Yongkai raised a finger and said, let go of those 2 unrelated people. They have no intention of disobeying you. The human sovereign said, it doesn't matter whether they die or not. What matters is your decision. Yongkai smiled. Then I'll take that as a yes. The second condition? I want to see the sacred tree. How dare you? The third prince and the second princess shouted in unison, as if they had been insulted. Kai Yang glanced at them coldly. Is this request so difficult to fulfill? How is this impudent? The second princess said, the sacred tree is the foundation of the human sovereign city. Only the royal family can approach it. Who are you to make such an unreasonable request? She turned to the human sovereign and said, Father, I beg you to kill this person with evil intentions. She had just suffered a great loss at the hands of Yongkai and lost all her face. She had been looking for an opportunity to get back at him. Now that the opportunity had come, she naturally couldn't wait to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yongkai. Although this couple looked very strong, but in the human sovereign city, the royal family was the strongest. As long as the human sovereign made a move, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The human sovereign didn't seem to hear Fu Yu's words. He just looked at Yongkai with a deep gaze. What do you want? Yongkai shrugged. Just pure curiosity. I just want to know what the sacred tree is. Why can it provide such a powerful force? The human sovereign said, what if I don't agree? Yongkai chuckled, then suddenly stopped and said coldly, then we'll shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. Let's see if the royal family is stronger, or us husband and wife. No matter what, I'm going to see the sacred tree. Shameless boasting. Fu Yu was furious. Father, I'm willing to be the vanguard. I'll definitely let this brat know the power of the royal family. Yongkai glanced at her. You're making a fool of yourself? Do you want me to teach you a lesson again and teach you how to behave? Fu Yu was fuming, her chest heaving up and down violently. She couldn't wait to fight with Yongkai right now to save her face. Even if she couldn't beat him, it was better than being bullied by him. But without the human sovereign's order, she didn't dare to act rashly. Do you have to see it? The human sovereign suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Yongkai with a solemn expression. Yongkai smiled. Master, please fulfill this small wish of mine. The human sovereign closed his eyes and pondered. It seemed that he was having a hard time making a decision. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, answer one more question. Yongkai nodded. Go ahead. The human sovereign narrowed his eyes. How can you use the sacred art? How can you mobilize the power of the sacred tree? Yongkai chuckled. Master, you should have already guessed it. Why bother asking? Although I have guessed it, I can't believe it. As far as I know, the ancient wizard's path of sorcery should have long been extinct in the astral plane. How can you use it? I learned a trick or two by chance. Don't show off in front of an expert, master. The human sovereign shook his head slowly, obviously not satisfied with this answer. But other than this explanation, he couldn't think of a better one. Just as Yongkai had guessed before, the sacred tree didn't protect the royal family. It only protected the wizard. In the entire human sovereign city, only the royal family could use the power of the sacred tree to cultivate the wizard's path and become a great wizard. That was why the royal family was so special in the human sovereign city. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one from the astral plane had entered the human sovereign city. There were detailed records of every outsider who entered the human sovereign city, and those records were almost the history of the entire astral plane's development. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth had gradually replaced the wizard's path of sorcery with martial arts. The ancient wizard's path of sorcery had indeed long been extinct, but with Yongkai as a living example, the human sovereign couldn't take it seriously. I can fulfill your request. I hope you can keep your promise. The human sovereign finally agreed. He wasn't very willing to fight with Yongkai. They could both use the sacred art and mobilize the power of the sacred tree. If they really fought, it would definitely end in a lose-lose situation. Not to mention that the woman wasn't an ordinary person. She seemed to be the legendary dragon race. The sacred art was enough to suppress the average third-layer emperor realm, but it was still somewhat lacking when facing the real dragon race. The second princess seemed to want to say something, but she swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. She knew that the human sovereign had already made a decision, and it was useless to say anything now. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Master, please rest assured. I have always been a man of my word. Of course, I also hope that the master won't make things difficult for the couple anymore, and will release them as soon as possible. The human sovereign nodded slightly and said, Come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already walked out. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stepped forward to follow, and the other princes and princesses followed closely behind. The second princess looked at Yang Kai's back with resentment in her eyes, as if she wanted to tear him into pieces, but there was nothing she could do. The third prince walked to her side and quietly transmitted his voice. Father has made a decision. Why are you in such a hurry? Fuyu was shocked when she heard this. She stared at the third prince in surprise and replied, Third brother, you mean? The third prince walked past her and said, I didn't say anything. The second princess's eyes lit up. She was excited and vaguely looking forward to it. The sacred tree was located in the deepest part of the palace and was guarded by powerhouses. However, there were more than a dozen guards on the surface, and all of them were from the Emperor realm, not to mention the powerful auras hidden in the dark. The human sovereign led the crowd forward, and the guards came forward to salute him. When they saw Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, they were puzzled, not knowing who these two people were. Chapter 29:64. These guards guarded this place all year round, and were not allowed to come within 1,000 feet of the holy tree. Over the years, they had not seen anyone other than the royal family come here. But today, they saw two of them, and the human sovereign had brought them here personally. Naturally, they could not help but be concerned. There was a thick fog in front of them that seemed to be able to block the probing of divine telekinesis. It blocked their vision and prevented them from seeing what was going on inside. The human sovereign stopped and pointed to the front. The holy tree is over there. If you want to see it, you can go in and take a look. Yang Kai stared at the rolling fog and smiled. He turned to Zhu Qing and said, Wait for me. I'll be out soon. Be careful, Zhu Qing warned. After all, this was someone else's territory. Although she and Yang Kai were not pushovers, it was easier to dodge an open spear than an arrow in the dark. There was no harm in being cautious. Don't worry. Yang Kai smiled lightly and stepped inside, but after taking just 2 steps, his figure suddenly disappeared into the fog, disappearing without a trace. Zhu Qing frowned slightly. Although she knew that this was the effect of the array, she could not help but be a little wary. Are you a holy spirit of the dragon race? The human sovereign suddenly asked. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes stared at the fog in front of her, as if she did not hear him. The human sovereign did not mind. He just smiled and said, There are no holy spirits in the reincarnation world, but there are many records in the ancient books. It is said that the dragon race is the leader of all creatures and is extremely arrogant. Why would you mix with a mortal? You've disgraced the dragon race for no reason. Also, I see that your relationship with that person seems to be a little unusual. If someone like you were outside, you wouldn't even have the right to talk to me. Zhu Qing suddenly turned her head and looked at the human sovereign seriously. The human sovereign's eyes darkened. Many of the royal princes and princesses were also angry. No one had ever dared to speak to the human sovereign in such a manner. It was as if they had no respect for the human sovereign. That's why you'd better watch your words. Since you know about the dragon race, you should know about the dragon race's temperament, Zhu Qing said. She turned around and stared into the fog again. The human sovereign was silent for a while before he chuckled. The dragon race's pride is well-deserved. He suddenly crooked his hand slightly, and a green light shot out from the fog in front of him. It turned into a rope and tied Zhu Qing up. Although the dragon race is strong, it's still not enough in front of me. Zhu Qing's expression became extremely cold. She lowered her head and looked at the bondage on her body. She looked up and said, I hope you know what you are doing. The human sovereign laughed coldly and said, Of course I know what I am doing. The human sovereign city has been standing for hundreds of thousands of years. It is us, the royal family, who have protected the human race and allowed them to have a place in this world. I will not allow any accidents to happen. Your friend, is the biggest accident. If she is an accident, she must be eliminated. So you led us here so that it would be easier for you to kill her? The human sovereign sighed and said, My methods are indeed despicable, but I have to think about the human race. I hope you can understand. Here, the royal family can use all of their power. But you don't have to worry. With someone accompanying you on the road to the underworld, you won't be too lonely. Zhu Qing did not speak. She just roared. She turned around and suddenly became a 300-foot-long red dragon. The power of the dragon filled the air and shook everything. The green ropes binding her did not break. The ropes seemed to be extremely tough and could change size at will. Even if Zhu Qing showed her Holy Spirit true form immediately, she was still bound tightly. The green light on her red body was particularly eye-catching. The expressions of the many princes and princesses changed. They all used their saint techniques to attack the red dragon. Sparks flew when they hit the tough scales. The guards, both in the open and in the dark, were also deployed. There were about 16 strong cultivators from the Emperor Realm in total. The two in the lead were third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators. Their attacks were powerful enough to overturn rivers and seas. Even though Zhu Qing's divine technique was excellent, she was instantly surrounded and beaten up. The dragon's roar shook the sky. Among the princes and princesses, the second princess was the most ruthless. She seemed to want to pay back the humiliation she had suffered at Yangkai. The black puppy fearlessly rushed out from the side and took advantage of Fu Yu's unpreparedness to bite her thigh. It bared its teeth and shook its head, looking as if it was going to bite off a piece of flesh from her thigh. Get lost. Fu Yu was furious. She slammed her palm down. With her powerful second-order Emperor Realm cultivation and the power of the Holy Tree, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. However, the black puppy was extremely agile. It dodged the attack in a flash and bit off the clothes on Fu Yu's leg, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. Fu Yu was so angry that her nose became crooked. She no longer cared about Zhu Qing and wanted to kill the black puppy. The human sovereign stood there with cold sweat on his face. After the first attack, he did not make another move. In his opinion, although the dragon race was strong, the combined power of the imperial family and the guards here was enough to kill the red dragon. What he needed to deal with now was the guy who could use saint techniques. Turning his head, the human sovereign's gaze became piercingly cold. He had never considered letting Yang Kai observe the holy tree. He had only lured him here to make it easier to deal with him. The closer he was to the holy tree, the more power he could exert. In the fog, it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Kaiyang, on the other hand, was able to follow this omnipresent feeling and move forward. He could feel the location of the holy tree. This feeling was very familiar to him, as if he had experienced something similar before. The closer he got, the more obvious this feeling became. Finally, after passing through layers of obstacles, Yang Kai arrived in front of a towering tree. The thick fog seemed to suddenly disperse, revealing everything around him. This was an extremely majestic and huge ancient tree. Its branches and leaves were dense and spread out like a crown. Looking up, the branches and leaves covered the entire sky. The huge crown of the tree was like an infinitely wide chest, able to provide strong and powerful protection, blocking out all wind and rain. Yang Kai's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. He stared at the towering ancient tree in a daze. His thoughts were whirling. The sound of battle rang in his ears, and the scene of flesh and blood splattered in front of him. His lips trembled slightly. He reached forward and touched the trunk of the tree. A familiar feeling enveloped him. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. How could it be you, Senior Qing? For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the ancient world. The scene of the first time he came to Snow Frost City and saw Qing was still vivid in his mind. Back then, in Snow Frost City, the royal city of the Snow Frost tribe, the evergreen divine tree stood tall on the ground, protecting the entire city from natural and man-made disasters. On the final battlefield of the Great War between the human race and the demon race, it supported the last hope of the human race with its own strength. This familiar aura and the countless tree holes on the trunk were exactly the same as the evergreen divine tree. It could be said that they were exactly the same. This was definitely the evergreen divine tree. Yang Kai believed that he was not mistaken. There might be other trees in this world that could be so magnificent, but this familiar aura would not change. Back then, he had lived in the tree hole for a long time. Yang Kai did not expect that the so-called holy tree in the human sovereign city was actually Qing. Wasn't Qing supposed to be dead? In order to seal the passage between the two worlds, Qing sacrificed himself and erupted all the essence he had accumulated throughout his life. He thrived on the ground and went straight to the demon race's territory, sacrificing himself to block the entrance to the star boundary from the demon race's territory. In that battle, millions of soldiers fought to the death in the wilderness. In that battle, countless masters died and their corpses piled up into mountains. That battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Butterfly had said that everything he experienced in the thousand illusionary dream world had traces of reality. Therefore, the 2 years Yang Kai spent in the dream realm was an illusion based on a certain period in ancient times. In other words, there was indeed an earth-shattering battle in ancient times, but in the real world, there was no Yang Kai in that battle. Instead, there were countless existences similar to Yang Kai, which allowed the barbarian race to win the final victory. There was no doubt that Qing existed. He was the biggest contributor to the barbarian race's victory and the key to turning the tide of the battle. This fact would not change whether it was in the illusion or reality. There was an astonishing intersection between the history of hundreds of thousands of years ago and today's trajectory, which made Yang Kai a little confused. But soon he found that something was wrong, because there was only a hazy chaotic will in the holy tree, like a newborn baby, without its own thoughts. When he came into contact with the holy tree, this will obviously also noticed the existence of Yang Kai, and opened its heart to accept his existence without any defense. In an instant, Yang Kai and the holy tree in front of him produced an indescribable resonance, as if they were connected to each other. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, because he felt a vast amount of energy from the holy tree. This kind of energy was so huge that it was comparable to any of the great emperors, or even more so. The royal family of the human sovereign city was able to perform saint techniques by mobilizing this energy, forming a killing move that was far beyond their actual level. And at this moment, if he wanted to, he could also release this surging energy. The holy tree did not resist him at all, and instead accepted his existence with great kindness. Yang Kai suddenly frowned, and noticed that there was an additional disharmonious factor in the holy tree. This factor made him feel like a pustule growing on his body, which made him feel very uncomfortable. "Get out!" Yang Kai shouted, and suddenly reached into the holy tree with one hand and grabbed something. With another tug, a human figure was dragged out from the inside of the holy tree. This person was none other than the Ran Huang whom Yang Kai had just separated from not long ago. His face was filled with shock, as if he had never expected such an encounter. His entire mind was in a daze. Only when he met Yang Kai's cold eyes did he suddenly come to his senses. Forming a seal with his hand, he chanted an incantation and pointed his finger at Yang Kai. Chapter 29:65. A sharp green light took shape like an awl and went straight for Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai stood in place and looked at him coldly. A layer of dark green light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body and turned into a strong and powerful shield. The green light hit the shield and collapsed at the same time. How can this be? Human Sovereign was shocked. Yang Kai could perform holy spells and mobilize the power of the holy tree. After all, he was also a wizard, and a wizard could perform holy spells. But why would the holy tree automatically protect him without some kind of ritual baptism? The reason why the princes and princesses could be protected and saved in times of crisis was because of an extremely complicated baptism ritual. At this moment, the holy tree gave people a strange feeling. On the one hand, it did not refuse human sovereign's command, but on the other hand, it was hindering him from killing the enemy. It was like a disobedient child, doing whatever it wanted. "You really want to kill me?" Yang Kai sneered. He had obviously expected this. Human Sovereign did not speak, but his expression became serious. He changed the incantation in his mouth and raised his hand and blasted a thunder of fury at Yang Kai. The thunder of fury was terrifying. It was like a dragon shaking its head and wagging its tail. In the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of Yang Kai and bloomed a dazzling light, completely enveloping Yang Kai. Human Sovereign's expression changed again. When the light faded, he saw Yang Kai standing in place unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Why? Human Sovereign roared, but not at Yang Kai, but at the holy tree. It was like a majestic father scolding a playful child. The holy tree had ruined his plans twice, and it was a little unbearable. Yang Kai said coldly, "Do you want to know why?" Human Sovereign growled, "What did you do?" Yang Kai snorted, "Don't you know whether I did or not? Why deceive yourself?" The Human Sovereign gritted his teeth and said, "I am the Human Sovereign. How dare you disobey me?" No one knew if he was talking to Yang Kai or the sacred tree. He shouted and chanted another incantation. When he chanted the incantation, the sacred tree suddenly trembled, as if there were some strange changes. Then, large amounts of green energy flowed out of the holy tree and surged into the Human Sovereign's body, causing his aura to rise steadily. His not-so-tall body suddenly became imposing. "Kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. How dare you?" Yang Kai was furious when he saw this. He began to chant the same incantation, but the incantation sounded more ancient and obscure than the Human Sovereignty incantation. It was more mysterious and difficult to understand. Although he did not know what kind of wizard the Human Sovereign was using, he could feel something invisible from the holy tree. The Human Sovereign's actions were damaging the foundation of the holy tree, which was tantamount to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It seemed that he could not care less about anything else in order to deal with Yang Kai. The foundation of the holy tree was shaken, and the Human Sovereign city would be in trouble. The green energy flowing towards the Human Sovereign seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance and began to slow down. The Human Sovereign saw this and became even angrier. His incantation became louder and louder, and he wanted to steal the power of the holy tree from Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but his tone did not change at all, and he stayed true to his heart. The two of them stood facing each other like this. There was no flash of swords, nor was there a storm of blood. Instead, it was a very special way of fighting. The winner would take everything, and the loser would be trampled underfoot. The key to all of this was the resonance between one and the holy tree. The deeper one resonated with the holy tree, the stronger the power one could control. Yang Kai and the Human Sovereign both knew this, so they did not attack each other and only did their own thing. The holy tree did not have a clear mind. It was only a remnant of consciousness, and it guarded the will of the wizard. No matter which wizard thirsted for power from it, it would cooperate. The green light on the Human Sovereign's body was sometimes bright and sometimes weak. When it was bright, it meant that he had a slight advantage in the fight, and when it was weak, it was the opposite. He suddenly realized that Yang Kai was an extremely difficult opponent, and it was not as easy to deal with as he thought it would be. This guy's resonance with the holy tree was not inferior to his, the Human Sovereign who had lived by the holy tree's side since he was young. If it was not for this, he would have finished him off long ago, and they would not be fighting to a draw now. The holy tree seemed to have a special affection for this outsider, and it sided with him in every way, going tit for tat with him. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake to let Yang Kai come in here to observe the holy tree. If he had killed him in the hall of Human Sovereign City, it might not have been so troublesome. "I am the Human Sovereign. I am the king of the human race." The Human Sovereign roared in his heart, hoping that this thought would be transmitted to the holy tree, but he did not expect that it would have the opposite effect. He clearly felt that the holy tree was rejecting him, like a child who had been taught a lesson by his father and had a rebellious heart. This phenomenon caused his face to change drastically. Although Yang Kai was difficult to deal with, there were still ways to deal with him. But if he lost the support of the holy tree, he would be nothing more than an old man in the second-order emperor realm. There were countless people in the Human Sovereign City who were stronger than him. The Human Sovereign did not dare to let his imagination run wild anymore, and could only start with Yang Kai. As he chanted the incantation, he suddenly transmitted his voice. "If you have the time to fight with this emperor, why don't you take the time to care for your woman? If this emperor is not wrong, she should be dying soon, right? So what if it was the dragon race? So what if it was the head of all spirits? There were countless masters in the human sovereign city. Even the dragon race would be defeated here. Yongkai remained unmoved and said lightly, "My woman doesn't need me to care about her. You should worry about yourself." TSK, Master is not young anymore. It seems that he will not live for many years. Have you thought about when you will pass down the throne? I think there are a few princes who are not bad, especially the third prince. His cultivation is not bad, and his heart is tenacious. He is very suitable to inherit your position of human sovereign. He just gives people the feeling that he is a little sinister, but no one is perfect. The second princess is also not bad. I wonder if there is a precedent of a woman becoming emperor in the human sovereign city. If there is, you can pass the throne to the second princess. I think the princess is very ambitious. Shut up. The human sovereign shouted angrily. Yongkai chuckled. Not even two? Then, it seems like the master intends to pass the throne to the first prince? The first prince is addicted to wine and women. He is not a good choice. If the human sovereign city falls into his hands, I don't think anything good will come of it. When the time comes, your brothers will turn against each other and cause trouble. I don't think the master will be able to rest in peace even after you die. No, that's not right. The first prince is clearly a useless piece of trash, and yet, he's an 8-leaf cultivator. It seems like you really favor the first prince, sir. Could it be that the first prince's mother is someone you love? Is that why you love the first prince so much? There was a slight change in the human sovereign's expression. Although it was slight, it could not escape Yongkai's notice. Yongkai continued to fan the flames. It seems like I was right. Also, looking at the master, I'm afraid the person you love is already dead. I didn't expect the master to be so infatuated. I'm sure you had a good time with that beauty when you were young. However, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences, master. Memories are also a kind of beauty. It's not a bad experience to dream about them in the middle of the night. The human sovereign's face twitched as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Unable to bear it any longer, he frantically pulled the holy tree's power. Yongkai snorted coldly and said, "You've lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the human sovereign grunted and took a few steps back. The faint green glow on his body also suddenly disappeared. His resonance with the holy tree was suddenly cut off. He tried to connect with the holy tree again, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. The holy tree did not respond at all. He knew that his state of mind had fluctuated too much earlier. He had been too anxious for success, and he had suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. So what if you don't have the protection of the holy tree? This emperor's cultivation is higher than yours. The human sovereign was unwilling to admit defeat. His old body suddenly straightened up, and his second-order emperor realm cultivation erupted. He raised his hand and slapped towards Yongkai. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the power of his palm was immeasurable. Yongkai sneered and threw a punch forward. Emperor Qi surged on his fist, and a violent power poured out. When the fist and palm collided, the human sovereign was severely injured. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew out like a kite and fell heavily to the ground. He did not move for a long time. The sound of footsteps could be heard. Yongkai slowly walked up to him and looked down at him. The human sovereign swallowed the blood in his throat, stood up shakily, and growled, "I am the human sovereign. I am the king of the human race. How can you treat me like this?" "Do you know why you lost?" Yongkai asked calmly. The human sovereign was stunned. He wanted to know the answer, but he could not bring himself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, he asked in a stiff tone, "Why?" A just cause enjoys much support, while an unjust cause finds little support. You treated the holy tree as a source of power that you could draw from at will. You treated it as a capital above all living beings. You were wrong. The human sovereign said, "The holy tree is such an existence." Yongkai snorted coldly, "Stubborn. It's pardonable if you don't know your mistakes, but if you do, then you deserve to die. The holy tree does not protect the imperial family, nor does it protect the wizard. It protects the entire human race. Yet you treat it as your own private property. How ridiculous." The human sovereign said, "Nonsense. Yang Kai sneered. I'm talking nonsense? The human sovereign city's spirit array is powered by the holy tree. It protects the entire human sovereign city from the outside world. I'm talking nonsense? I think you're seeing things because you're old. After resonating with the holy tree, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the holy tree's power covered the entire human sovereign city. It was because of it that the human sovereign city could remain unchanged in the reincarnation world. The human sovereign said dejectedly, "What's the point of saying all this now? I've lost. It's up to you to kill me or scrape me." Yang Kai looked askance at him and said, "When did I say I'm going to kill you or scrape you?" The human sovereign was surprised and said, "You're willing to let me go? That'll depend on your performance." The human sovereign hesitated for a moment, then said, "I wonder, what request does your excellency have?" In this situation, even if the person in front of him wanted to seize the position of human sovereign, he would be powerless to resist. Since ancient times, the human sovereign city had always been like this. The one who controlled the holy tree was the human sovereign, and the one who controlled it now was an outsider. Chapter 2966. Many thoughts flashed through the human sovereign's mind. He was already mentally prepared to bargain with Yang Kai. He secretly decided that if this guy made any excessive demands, it was not impossible for him to feign civility. As long as he did not snatch the position of human sovereign, everything else was negotiable. He had to calm him down first, then slowly think of a way to deal with him. Tell me about the history of the city of human sovereign and the reincarnation world. What? The human sovereign was a little stunned, wondering if he had misheard. Now that he was a fish on the chopping board, this outsider could do whatever he wanted, but he did not expect him to make such a request. The human sovereign was already prepared to have his flesh sliced off, but the other party only plucked a hair. No, this could not even be considered plucking a hair. Are you really old, blind and deaf? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, dissatisfied with his reaction. The human sovereign was finally sure that Yang Kai had only made such a simple request. He secretly speculated about Yang Kai's intentions. At the same time, he organized his thoughts and said, "Since you want to know, then Then I'll just say it casually." The human sovereign's expression was a little awkward. It had always been others who acted according to his wishes. He never thought that there would be a day when he would have to act according to someone else's wishes. What I know is limited. If there's anything I don't know, please don't blame me. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Don't be so long-winded." The human sovereign coughed and said, "To be honest, the reincarnation world is actually a part of the astral world. Of course, the astral world was not called the astral world at that time, so I don't know what the ancestral land was called. Our ancestors called themselves the barbarians, and wizard magic was prevalent. The people gathered together and lived and multiplied in tribes. Although there was infighting, the human race was prosperous." As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's expression. He found that Yang Kai's expression had become a little strange, as if he was reminiscing about something. He did not know which of his words had touched a nerve, but he did not dare to stop and continued. Suddenly, one day, a huge hole appeared in the sky. Powerhouses walked out of that hole and invaded the barbarians. Those powerhouses who came from an unknown place called themselves the demon race. The demon race had many powerhouses, and killing was their second nature. Many tribes suffered heavy casualties. In the face of such a strong enemy, our ancestors naturally did not want to resign themselves to death. They used the strength of the entire barbarian race to resist. The war between the two races was extremely fierce. That war seemed to have lasted for many years. Whether it was the barbarians or the demon race, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The battlefield at that time was today's reincarnation world. Yang Kai said in surprise, "The reincarnation world was a battlefield? Then, as you said, why was the reincarnation world separated from the astral world?" The human sovereign said, "You may not know, but the reason why our ancestors won that war seemed to have something to do with the sacred tree. According to the ancient records, the sacred tree sacrificed itself to seal the passage through which the demon race invaded. Unfortunately, some unforeseen event happened in the end. The laws of the astral world and the demon territory clashed, banishing the entire battlefield to the void. That was how the reincarnation world was born. The humans and demons who were fortunate enough to survive on the battlefield have been living here ever since. In the beginning, the two races were still fighting fiercely against each other, but the laws of this place are extremely strange, causing our human race to suffer a lot. The laws of the reincarnation world changed. At certain times, it was similar to the astral world. At that time, our human race could move freely without being affected by the laws. However, at certain times, it was connected to the demon territory. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was transformed into demonic chi, making it difficult for the human race to move. In the end, we relied on the sacred tree to gradually establish the human sovereign city, allowing the human race to have a foothold. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years have passed. Yang Kai nodded slightly. His gaze was complicated as he looked at the towering ancient tree. Qing was still alive. Although he wasn't the wise old man from back then, he was still alive. He still had the last trace of his will and was still using his body to protect the remaining human race. If it wasn't for him, there would be no place for the human race in the reincarnation realm. This was because when the laws of heaven and earth that were suitable for the demon race existed, the demonic chi prevailed. The human race could not survive at all. On the other hand, the demon race was not so restricted. They had survived in such a harsh environment for a long time. Naturally, they would not be affected in a better environment. The information revealed by the human sovereign city corroborated with his experience in the dream world. This meant that the human sovereign city did not lie. Butterfly also did not lie. However, reality and illusion were not completely the same. At least, the illusion that Yang Kai experienced did not lead to the birth of the reincarnation world. Qing also died in that battle. He did not know if there was a mistake in Butterfly's record. In that case, the reincarnation world is actually located in a spatial crevice? Yang Kai asked with a frown. The human sovereign city nodded and said, "That's right. Our ancestors also had many guesses about the location of the reincarnation world. However, they all believe that this world is located in a crevice. This crevice is located between the astral world and the demon race's territory. Therefore, the laws of this world are constantly changing. Sometimes it is affected by the laws of the astral world, and sometimes it is affected by the laws of the demon race's territory." Yang Kai nodded. Many of his doubts were answered. Previously, when he was swallowed by the cold wave in the frozen earth, Yang Kai felt the fluctuations of the laws of space. Thinking about it, the cold wave was actually just a spatial entrance. Through that entrance, one could enter the reincarnation world. It was similar to teleportation through a spatial formation. Naturally, there would be fluctuations of the laws of space. However, this teleportation was not a teleportation between cities, nor was it a teleportation across territory. It was a teleportation across realms. Have you never thought of leaving the reincarnation world and returning to the astral world? Yang Kai asked. The human sovereign city smiled awkwardly and said, "Our ancestors also thought about it. However, how strong is the spatial barrier? Not to mention that it cannot be found. Even if it is found, who can break it?" At this point, the human sovereign city's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yang Kai hesitantly and said, "Sir, you seem to be proficient in the laws of space?" Previously, he had asked Yang Kai how he could enter the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city. Yang Kai had demonstrated the power of the laws of space in front of him. Although the human sovereign city was old, his eyesight was not bad. He naturally saw through it at a glance. If it was this person, he might really be able to break the spatial barrier. Thinking of this, the human sovereign city's mood suddenly became a little irritated. Yang Kai looked at him thoughtfully and said, "You don't seem to want to leave this place." A trace of awkwardness appeared on the human sovereign's face. He said in a low voice, "Leaving this world and returning to the ancestral land is the last wish of our ancestors. This old man naturally wants to leave this place too." Yang Kai sneered, "What nonsense are you spouting? Human sovereign city is high and mighty. His words are the law. No matter how strong or weak the human sovereign city is, no one disobeys his orders. If I were you, I wouldn't want to leave this place either. Wouldn't you be happy and carefree here?" The human sovereign laughed awkwardly. Obviously, Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head. He was not very strong and knew his own limitations. If he really left the reincarnation world and returned to the astral world, he would be beaten back to his original state. Yang Kai changed the topic and said, "Is there really no way to leave this world?" Without waiting for him to answer, Yang Kai said, "You'd better tell me the truth. Although I don't really want to kill an old man, if I have no other choice, I won't show mercy." The human sovereign's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Yinfeng Mountain." "Where is Yinfeng Mountain? Can we leave the reincarnation world from Yinfeng Mountain?" The human sovereign said, "There is only one possibility, and I can't guarantee it. Of course, that is for a master like you. If you don't have Space Force to protect yourself, it is just a land of death. In order to leave this place, our ancestors racked their brains and tried many methods, but to no avail. In the end, they determined that Yinfeng Mountain may have a passage to leave this place. Of course, it is only a possibility, but that place is extremely dangerous. The Yin wind that blows out is a mixture of cold qi and demonic qi. Even a third-level Emperor Realm Master can't go too far." "Cold qi?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and keenly grasped the key point. "What kind of cold qi?" The human sovereign said, "A cold qi that can destroy all life." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the cold qi from the frozen earth? It seemed that the old man wasn't lying. Yinfeng Mountain might really be able to leave the reincarnation world. The cold qi from the frozen earth couldn't have come to the reincarnation world for no reason. After all, they were two different worlds. But in fact, there was cold qi on Yinfeng Mountain, which meant that the cold qi from the frozen earth had entered the reincarnation world through an entrance. If they could reverse the traces of this entrance, they would definitely be able to find the way back to the star world. However, there was also demonic qi mixed in the Yin wind, which meant that the entrance was not only connected to the star world, but also to the demon territory. The demonic qi in the demon territory could also leak into the star world. Therefore, somewhere in Yinfeng Mountain should be the spatial intersection between the reincarnation world, the star world, and the demon territory. The power of the cold qi alone was terrifying, and with the demonic qi causing trouble, it was indeed enough to stop a third-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. It was no wonder that no one from the human clan was able to leave the reincarnation world for so many years. The human sovereign observed Yang Kai's expression from the side. How could he not guess what he was thinking when he saw the rich expression on his face? He was delighted, but his expression didn't change at all. He put on a look of earnest persuasion. "Does your excellency want to take the risk? Forgive me for being blunt, but Yinfeng Mountain isn't a good place to go. Even if your excellency really finds the way out, you might not be able to return to the star world. You might even accidentally enter the demon territory. If that's really the case, you'll definitely die." Yang Kai patted human sovereign's shoulder, causing him to shrink slightly. He grinned and said, "Don't you want me to die sooner? If you have any thoughts in your heart, just say it. It's disgusting to see you hide them and speak sarcastically." The human sovereign looked embarrassed and cursed in his heart. He didn't know what else to say. Yang Kai, however, made up his mind. He clapped his hands and said, "Let's go to Yinfeng Mountain." The human sovereign was shocked. I'm going too?" "You want to go?" Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at him. The human sovereign shook his head vigorously. "If you don't want to go, then why bother asking?" Yang Kai sneered and changed the topic. "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" The human sovereign wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "Please enlighten me." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qing and said, "I'll spare your life. Manage the human sovereign city well, and don't embarrass the old ancestor anymore. I risked my life to save you people." Chapter 2967. Yes. The human sovereign was a yes man. He was no longer as arrogant as before. The support of the holy tree was taken away, and he was not strong enough, so he could only pretend to be weak. However, he was puzzled. Who was Qing? Could it be the holy tree? But why didn't he know about this? "Let's go out." Yang Kai called out with a little disinterest. He reached out and patted Qing's tall trunk, then turned and walked out. The human emperor followed closely behind, imitating his every step. Walking out of the fog and returning to the imperial palace, he immediately heard the sounds of fierce fighting, mixed with miserable howls and angry roars. It's a fierce fight. Yang Kai glanced around and found people lying on the ground. 90% of the 20 princes and princesses were lying on the ground. Most of them had broken arms and legs, and a few of them seemed to be seriously injured. There was a large pool of blood beside them, and he didn't know if they were dead or not. As for the guards who had been guarding the holy tree, half of them had been beaten. At this moment, in the sky, the 300-foot-long red dragon's shadow coiled around the ground. It breathed out scorching dragon breaths, and a series of exquisite dragon race secret skills were released. The humans around it were like ants, and they fled like rats. The human sovereign was shocked to see this, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Although he knew that the dragon race was not to be trifled with, he did not expect it to be this strong. Basically, all the experts he could mobilize had gathered here, but they still couldn't do anything to a dragon. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, the battle situation in the sky didn't look too optimistic. Although the red dragon's body was huge and obvious, every attack was terrifyingly powerful. Those experts who could still move would either die or be injured after being hit by it. In the blink of an eye, another 2 people from the Emperor realm were hit by the dragon's breath. They fell from the sky covered in flames. "Stop, all of you stop!" The human sovereign hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, the princes and princesses and the guards who could still move retreated, putting some distance between them and Zhu Qing. When they saw Yang Kai and the human sovereign, they were stunned again. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of the human sovereign. The high and mighty human sovereign was standing 3 steps behind him like an attendant. He looked unprecedentedly anxious. "Imperial Father!" the second princess exclaimed. She was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the strongest among the imperial princes and princesses. She had been fighting with the black puppy and hadn't directly attacked Zhu Qing, so her injuries weren't too serious. She just looked a little disheveled, with her clothes in tatters. She looked at the mortal emperor in surprise and wanted to ask what was going on, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring herself to ask. "Bastard!" The human sovereign was furious. Without any warning, he opened his mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. "These 2 are this emperor's guests. You did not entertain them properly and even had a conflict with them. What is the meaning of this? You don't put this emperor in your eyes at all." The whole place was silent, and the second princess felt dizzy. Did she hear wrongly? The reason why they took action was because they were instructed by the human sovereign to join forces and take down the dragon race. But in the blink of an eye, her imperial father gave a completely different explanation. Was this still the human sovereign? The third prince, on the other hand, reacted quickly. He quickly knelt down and said, "Imperial father, please calm down. We were just itching to learn from the guests. We did not mean to be negligent." Learn from each other? The human sovereign's face darkened. He secretly glanced at Yang Kai and found that he was indifferent. He raised his hand and slapped at the third prince. He slapped the third prince in the chest and sent him flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth in midair. The human sovereign shouted angrily, "Is this how you learn from each other? How dare you bully someone with numbers? You are a disgrace to our imperial family." The third prince ignored his injuries and got up again. He knelt down and said in a trembling voice, "Imperial father, please calm down. We know we were wrong. We know we were wrong." The princes, princesses, and guards hurriedly knelt down. Even the 2 3-layer Emperor Realm cultivators did the same. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible to see in the outside world. 3-layer Emperor Realm cultivators were high and mighty. Which one of them was not a tyrant in the outside world? How could they kneel to someone whose cultivation was lower than theirs? But in the city of human sovereign, this was a common occurrence. You neglected the guests and started a fight. Do you think you can just say you were wrong? Don't be so naive. The human sovereign's face was cold and incorruptible. It seems that you have lived a peaceful life for too long. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. The second princess opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but the human sovereign glared at her and shut her mouth. She felt wronged. In the city of human sovereign, the imperial family was the heavens. What heavens beyond heaven? Above others? These bastards have eyes but fail to see. They actually dared to attack your wife. How would you like to deal with them? Kill them or cut them up? This old man will not interfere. The human sovereign turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with a sincere expression. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Even the third prince, who had already guessed what was going on, was dumbfounded. He never thought that the human sovereign would be so polite to this outsider, even to the point of compromising. What happened in there just now? Why did the human sovereign's attitude change so much? He actually called himself this old man. Although he could not guess, the third prince vaguely felt that something extraordinary must have happened just now. Otherwise, the human sovereign would not be so humble. Yang Kai sneered and looked up at the graceful figure in the sky. He raised his voice and said, "Qing'er, are you hurt?" Zhu Qing had already returned to her human form. Hearing this, she slowly shook her head. If she wasn't a dragon, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed when facing so many powerful enemies. However, after transforming into a giant dragon, her defense was amazing. Even though she was facing many enemies at once, she didn't fall into a disadvantage. Although she suffered many attacks, she wasn't injured. Yang Kai smiled and turned to look at the human sovereign, saying, "Then it's nothing. It was just a friendly match." The human sovereign was very excited. This old man is very grateful for your righteousness. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would not let this matter go. He was secretly glad that the dragon race's cultivation was high. Otherwise, there would be no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Why are you still here? A bunch of disgraces. The human sovereign turned to the crowd and shouted angrily. The princes and princesses and the guards felt as if they had been pardoned from a dream. They all left, not forgetting to pick up the wounded on the ground and take them away. The black puppy appeared out of nowhere and bit the second princess's chest while she was distracted. The second princess was shocked and raised her hand to slap the puppy. The human sovereign snorted coldly. The second princess's hand suddenly froze in the air. The black puppy was even more aggressive. It directly tore a large piece of her clothes from her chest, revealing the pink underwear underneath. It ran to the side happily with its tail raised high, as if it had taken revenge for some deep hatred. It was very proud of itself. The second princess's face turned pale. She quickly covered her exposed chest with her hands. Her face turned red, and she stomped her foot angrily. Then she quickly retreated. "I've made a fool of myself in front of you." The human sovereign was very embarrassed. He used to think that these princes and princesses were okay, but today, each one of them was more disgusting than the other. Yang Kai said lightly, "My wife and I will be staying in the palace for a while." The human sovereign was unwilling, but he could not refuse. He could only say, "You can stay as long as you want." "Don't worry, I won't stay for long. I will leave when I'm ready." The human sovereign did not dare to say anything. At this time, the more he spoke, the more likely he would lose. Also, I need all the information about the reincarnation world in the gloomy wind mountain. Send it to me as soon as possible. Yes. There is one more thing I need your help with. There is a dragon race with us in the reincarnation world. A human. I hope that the human sovereign can help to keep an eye out for him. If there is any news, let me know immediately. Don't worry, when the laws of heaven and earth change, I will immediately send people to search for him. Very well. 2 hours later, in an extremely luxurious palace, Yang Kai gently hugged Zhu Qing and sat on a spacious chair. Zhu Qing sat on his lap, and the little black dog was lying on the side, taking a nap. If that's the case, this reincarnation world is really strange. If we want to leave this place, we can only go through the gloomy wind mountain? Zhu Qing asked softly. Yang Kai gently played with Zhu Qing's soft hands. He had never paid attention to them before, but now that he was intimate with her, he realized that her hands were snow-white and flawless. They were soft as if they were boneless, and her 10 slender fingers were as thin as shallots. It was hard to imagine how such a small hand could release such terrifying power. Zhu Qing felt uncomfortable from his play. She wanted to pull her hands back, but she did not have the strength. She could only stare at him. Yang Kai pretended not to see and continued to play with her. He casually said, From the information we have now, the gloomy wind mountain is the only way out, and we can only go there. Zhu Qing said worriedly, but the cold is hard to resist. We haven't gone too deep into the frozen ground before, so no one knows what the cold is like inside the frozen ground. If the cold comes from the deepest part of the frozen ground, even a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would find it difficult to move. The slightest contact would cause one to be frozen into ice. No matter what, we have to go and take a look. But we have to find Zhu Life first. Actually, this place is not bad. With the protection of the sacred tree, the human sovereign city can sit back and relax. We don't have to worry about any intrusions. If we can live here, you want to stay? Yang Kai was startled. Zhu Qing was about to speak, but she suddenly seemed to notice something. Her face reddened, and she quickly stood up from Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai pulled her back. Someone's here. Zhu Qing was a little embarrassed. After all, she had just experienced sex and was very shy. Seeing that she was determined, Yang Kai did not force her and let her go. A moment later, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the hall. Master, are you here? Fuyu requests an audience. The little black dog, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly raised its head and bared its teeth fiercely. In the previous battle, it had formed a grudge with Fuyu, so when it heard this woman's voice, it was hostile. Come in. Chapter 2968. The door to the hall was pushed open, and a few women filed in. All of them looked extraordinary. With Fuyu in the lead, they walked in a line. Each of them held a large pile of ancient-looking books in their hands. Master, everything you want is here, Fuyu said as she lowered her head. Fuyu lowered her head as she spoke. She looked reluctant, as if she was being forced to do something she was unwilling to do. That was the truth. If it were not for the human sovereign's order, she would not be here to do the work of a servant. She wondered what the human sovereign was thinking. Was there a need to curry favor with an outsider to this extent? Her dissatisfaction was written all over her face. Put them down. Yang Kai swept his eyes over this group of people and found that most of these women looked familiar. They were actually all princesses. Fuyu looked the oldest. The youngest one was only 14 or 15 years old. He had not seen her in the Great Hall, but her six-leaf body could not be faked. The youngest princess was clearly very curious. She stood at the end of the line and kept looking at Yang Kai with her big eyes. Under the influence of the Fuyu, she had assumed that Kai Yang was a heinous villain, but now that she looked at him, he didn't seem like one. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so she couldn't understand why her second sister hated him so much. Yang Kai looked at her and winked at her. The little princess was startled. She quickly lowered her head and put down the things in her hands. Do you have any other orders? If not, we'll be leaving. Fuyu looked at Yang Kai coldly. Her tone was stiff, and she looked unconvinced. Yang Kai glanced at her. He wanted to make things difficult for her. He waved his hand and said, Wait outside. I'll call for you if I need anything. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Wait. Fuyu's eyes widened. She almost thought she had heard wrong. She was the second princess of the human sovereign city. She was second only to one person and above everyone else. It was humiliating enough that she had to deliver books to him. How dare he ask her to wait outside? Did he think she was a servant who could be ordered around? She could not tolerate this. His anger almost exploded, but when he thought of the human sovereign's previous instructions, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His monstrous anger was immediately extinguished. He could only grit his teeth and say, yes. She would never dare to disobey the orders of human sovereignty. The princesses slowly exited the hall and stood guard outside the door with different thoughts in their minds. Apart from the little princess, the rest of the princesses clearly had resentment on their faces. They felt that this kind of thing should not be done by them. In the main hall, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing looked at the books piled up on the table. They each took a book and started reading. These books were basically records about the reincarnation world. Half of them were about the development history of the reincarnation world, and the other half were about the customs and landforms of this world. The human race had been here for over 100,000 years, and this realm wasn't very large. So aside from the area around Devil Fury City that was forbidden to the human race had already explored all the other areas. These were all the secret treasures of the royal family, and ordinary people would never be able to see them. For the next few days, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stayed in the palace and did not come out. They carefully flipped through these books and collected all kinds of information about this world. After a few days, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and put down the last book in his hand. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Zhu Qing finished reading at about the same time. She said thoughtfully, "So this world really is located in the gap between the two realms, a spatial crevice." Yang Kai chuckled. If it wasn't so, there wouldn't be such a thing as the laws of heaven and earth changing. It's really difficult for them to survive and reproduce in such a place. The holy tree has been a great help. The holy tree. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It has indeed been a great help. Not only has it protected the entire human sovereign city, but it has also left behind the inheritance of wizard techniques. Yang Kai originally thought that the wizard techniques of the royal family had been passed down from generation to generation by their ancestors, allowing the wizard techniques to continue burning. But now, it seemed that this was not entirely the case. After hundreds of thousands of years, the laws of heaven and earth had changed. In the astral realm, the wizard techniques had gradually been replaced by martial arts. The reincarnation world would occasionally be in common with the laws of the astral realm. Naturally, it was not suitable to cultivate the wizard techniques. However, Qing's existence allowed the wizard techniques to be passed down from generation to generation. Those royal family members could only cultivate in seclusion near Qing to feel Qing's power and resonate with Qing. Only then could they truly cultivate the wizard techniques. Without Qing's help, even if they mastered the cultivation method of the wizard techniques, the laws of heaven and earth would not allow them to cultivate the power of the wizard techniques. Qing was a hero of an era. He was the inheritor of the power of the entire ancient world. Without him, the wizard techniques in the reincarnation world would have already perished. It was a pity that during the battle between the humans and the demons, his mind had already sunk. Now, he was only left with a chaotic will. He guarded his dying wish to protect the human race and protect the wizard techniques. Yang Kai did not know if he had the chance to wake up again. However, he estimated that the chances were very slim. Because hundreds of thousands of years had passed, if Qing could really wake up, he would have done so long ago. He would not have waited until now. Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that even if Qing could wake up, he would not remember the past. He would be reborn. He should be reborn. There were records of the Enfeng Mountain in the ancient books. However, it was very rare. It only recorded a rough location. The situation inside was not known at all. This was because the human race had not set foot in that place for hundreds of thousands of years. However, the demon race would often stay in the vicinity to cultivate with the help of the pure demonic qi that gushed out from the Enfeng Mountain. Therefore, if they really wanted to go to the Enfeng Mountain, they would definitely clash with the demon race. Yang Kai did not care about this. In any case, he had subdued more than 10 Demon King and could order them around at will. He also knew the various characteristics of the demon race like the back of his hand. If they really encountered the demon race, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. There was still no news from the human sovereign city about July. The laws of heaven and earth in the outside world had changed. The entire human sovereign city's powerhouses were frequently dispatched to search for information about July. However, they had not found anything so far. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were not too worried about July. After all, he was still a rank 8 red dragon. It was not the dragon race if something happened so easily. Therefore, the two of them leisurely stayed in the palace. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly woke up from his meditation. His eyes were slightly shining, as if he was a little excited. What's wrong? Zhu Qing did not need to cultivate. She was flipping through a book at the side. When she noticed Yang Kai's movements, she raised her head and asked, Qing, I seem to have become stronger. Yang Kai said with some excitement. Becoming stronger is a good thing. Why are you like this? Because I don't know why I became stronger. In what way? Bloodline. Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing curiously. I don't seem to have done anything during this time. Why do I feel that my bloodline has become stronger? The strengthening of his bloodline was very obvious. This was because Yang Kai could feel that the golden divine dragon's origin energy had fused more deeply with him. During this time, he did not cultivate the dragonization ability, nor did he encounter any life or death battles. There was no reason for him to become stronger for no reason. The increase of power always required a certain amount of effort. Let me try. In order to avoid any misconceptions, Yang Kai immediately roared and activated the dragonization ability. When the high-pitched dragon roar sounded, the golden dragon flashed away. With a burst of crackling sounds, the bones all over his body made a burst of popping sounds. His figure suddenly grew taller, and his combed buns spread out. The moment the dragon's might filled the air, Yang Kai only felt an itch on his forehead, as if something was about to break out of his body. His arms lengthened, his hands turned into dragon claws, his clothes were torn, and his exposed skin was covered with a layer of solid dragon scales. He was already used to these things, and he knew what kind of changes would happen to him, so he concentrated on experiencing the changes in his body. When all the changes stopped, Yang Kai had already turned into a behemoth. He exhaled softly, and two white smoke-like airflows instantly came out of his nostrils. Zhu Qing sat in a chair, closed the book, and looked up at him. Yang Kai took big steps, walked around the hall, and said in surprise, "Hey, I seem to have grown a little taller." The previous battle with Zhu Lai in the Azure Sun Temple made him make a breakthrough in the dragonization ability, and his body suddenly became 40 feet. Now, his height had increased again, and a conservative estimate was that it had reached 45 feet. This increase was not an illusion, but real. So far, Yang Kai has also vaguely grasped some key points. The deeper the cultivation of this secret art, the more thorough the fusion between himself and the golden divine dragon source, and the purer and more high-end the dragon race bloodline. The most intuitive manifestation was his height. As his cultivation deepened, his half-dragon body became taller and taller. Yang Kai suspected that when he could really completely refine the golden divine dragon source, he would be able to transform into a golden dragon and roam the 10,000 worlds. "How tall were you before?" Zhu Qing asked. "Probably." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew. Fortunately, the palace was built extremely magnificently, otherwise, he would not be able to straighten his back now. "Then you have really become stronger." Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. "But why?" Yang Kai wanted to scratch his face, but when his dragon claws scratched the scales on his cheeks, a string of sparks flew. It was a good thing to become stronger, but it was not good to not know the reason. He had to figure out the reason so that he could continue to work in this direction in the future. Carefully recalling the events that had occurred recently, Yang Kai found that there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Moreover, it had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough in the dragon transformation art. Yang Kai could clearly remember every little detail that had occurred in between, but he couldn't recall anything particularly noteworthy. Zhu Qing lowered her head, and a touch of red flew on her cheeks. She opened the book and continued to read, but her mind was not on it at all. "Do you know something?" Yang Kai found her strange and turned his head to look at her. Zhu Qing shook her head like a rattled drum, and her face turned even redder. Tell me. Yang Kai walked in front of her and squatted down. Even so, he was several times taller than Zhu Qing. Looking down at the little person, he felt extremely strange. He guessed that after Zhu Qing transformed into a giant dragon, her vision would also be like this. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.